told me it was safer, just a simple code to sign, a number for the future, but it didn't feel like mine.
Said the world was getting smaller, just a fingerprint away, but I can't hold my children through a screen of DNA.
Oh, it's easy to surrender when they promise you the sky, but freedom dies in comfort, one consent at a time. I won't sign my name in cold. I was born in blood and soul. You can take my data, you can read my eyes, but my heart's still mine to hold. I won't sign my name in cold. I'll sign my name in light.
They say it's just identity, they say it's just the way, but every scan's a promise that our souls will fade to gray.
No more numbers on the altar, no more saints of silicone. We were meant for love,
not logging on.
You can map my face, you can mark my tone, but you'll never write my song. The melody belongs to every heart that's still holding on. I won't sign my name in code. I was born in love, not soul. Every chain they draw in wire will melt it down with choir fire. Oh, I'll sign my name in code. No, I'll sign my name in light. I'll sign my. Let the record show I was free.
Then my name was written in love, not circuitry.
I woke up to silence, but the war had begun. They froze my account, said I'd done something wrong. Wasn't no crime, just living free. Now the system got a chain on me. They took my savings, my future, my land, with a single code line and a government hand. Said it was safety, said it was green, but all I see is tyranny behind the screen. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. Genius ain't freedom, reality ain't clear. It's a cage they built while we cheer. I believed in the promise, the man with a plan. The same old swamp just changed its brand. He banned the front door, opened the back, signed the bills that launched the final attack. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. Genders ain't freedom, quality ain't clear. It's a cage they build while we cheer. Your gold, your guns, your voice, your name. They'll digitize it all, then shift the blame. Palantirizing AI chains, freedom dying slow in patriotic flames. This ain't about safety, it's control in disguise. With your ID, your face, your tears, your time, they wrapped it in stars, sold it with pride. But freedom's bleeding out from the inside. DEFCON 1, and they call it peace, but I still got breath. I still believe we can break the code, escape the scheme, turn this nightmare back into a dream. Past the men where the cold numbers ring, past the market of mirrors that ask me to sing. A spark in my pocket, a compass of gold says step into daylight and walk on your own. They're tagging our shadows, they're leasing our names, selling us comfort in barcode chains. But truth isn't rented and courage won't fold. It clicks like a coin you can actually hold. If they're building a cage out of whispering wires, I'll strike a match on the bars till the mouth catches fire. Raise up the ladder of daylight, higher than screens, over the turnstiles of data and ministry dreams. I'll pay with a freedom no tyrant can spend. If their road has no exits, we'll cut one at the end. They promised us safety for the price of our breath, a smooth little window that stares us to death. But barter and handshake and steel in the hand still purchase the living they don't understand. When the choir of comply harmonize cut one at the end. There's a key made of silence, a code made of trust. When the panopticon trembles, it falls into dust. Count down the seconds till the signal is clean. We'll settle our debts where the ledger can't see. Cut one at the end. And when morning remembers the names we forgot, we'll be richer in daylight than any they bought. We built our walls for 50 years to keep the empires out. But now the crown is forged within of algorithms and doubt. A signature at midnight, the pen of kings disguised, a sovereign crown of numbers, an empire digitized. Shadows on the marble walls, whispers in the dome. The fire burns in secret halls, a kingdom takes its throne. $1 trillion throne.
All right, welcome back to the Aaron Day Show, Season 2, Episode 44. And tonight, I'm very excited to be able to announce that we have launched the alpha version of the Technocracy Atlas site, which is technocracyatlas.com. As you know, we have 6 different websites and initiatives, high-level initiatives that we have going on, and I've been rolling out these sites kind of, in as quick a sequence as I can, and we're kind of getting out a minimum viable product, and then refining, but wanting to get these things out there as soon as we can, because I think these are valuable tools, particularly given how little time we have and how profound the threat of technocracy is. So I'm going to go through that site tonight, but you can sign up for free now. You can start using the chatbot now, and as luck would have it, Mike Adams ended up hosting the 4th hour of the Alex Jones Show today, and he brought me on, and we discussed that. So there are tons of people signing up and using it as we speak, which is phenomenal timing. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better set of circumstances than that. So I encourage you to go check it out, and throughout the site, throughout the podcast tonight, again, I'll load it up and explain what's going on, and understand this is the crudest version of it that you're ever going to see, but I have big plans for this site, and I think by the end of January, you're going to see a ton of new features, and in fact, this could be a game changer, even in the way we crowdsource research and crowdsource information. This is the opposite of either the big media model or the algorithmically manipulated model or fake independent media model. This is true grassroots crowdsourcing of information. And I think I'm increasingly excited. And if you followed any of the episodes that, I've done several now with Mike back to back on his podcast. I've had him on mine, and I'll tell you, I'm actually really excited and optimistic about our chances, not only in exposing what's going on, but truly being able to empower people individually, empowering people to take back their free will and use these tools. That is the way out. But now I'm starting to really see and experience and use those tools firsthand. And I'll tell you, if you're a skeptic on AI, I just encourage you to try it, to, go to brightu.ai, either use it online or download it on your computer. Just get started and bring to the equation your curiosity and, some humility, and without fear though. And I think if you do that, it's hard for us to remember our curiosity because it's been zapped out of us through public school indoctrination and the media and everything else. But I'll tell you, once that spark is reignited, once you realize you really can unplug from this technocratic system, it is incredibly liberating, and you will have a huge just rush of energy, mental energy, physical energy, emotional energy. So last week on episode 43, we had Mike on, and that was, he actually replayed it on Health Ranger, and he described it as, I think his favorite of the most powerful interviews of the year. And I actually have to agree. I think it's just, if you watch it, the thing that's been fascinating about it is he and I now are chatting back and forth every day, and we've come to so many of the same conclusions independently. And we even gone through some of the same processes and ended up building some of the same things. Once we realized how it worked, we're like, hey, you could do this, and then you could empower people to be able to do this. And it's just electrifying to be able to chat with him. And I think we're going to be doing more podcasts and more kind of show and tell. I think the whole point behind this is he's given away this AI, which is a true gift to humanity. In fact, let me put the link in the notes, brightu.ai. So I encourage you to check that out. I mean, he spent $2 million working on this, and man, I mean, he is directly engaged in this and knows his stuff. Smart guy. And the fact that he has given this away but then there's what he's even doing next. I mean, what he's given away is already amazing. I'm going to tell you something that I did today, which was amazing. My my wife was telling me, she thinks I have, it may have A, B, C, and D genetic SNPs and so forth, and there may be consequences to this and things and adjustments that I can make with supplements and a whole variety of other things. And so, unfortunately, stupid me, I did sign up for 23andMe at the time, way back in the day. That's before I realized the degree to which big tech is a complete toilet. But nevertheless, I do have all of my DNA. So I actually took some of the sequences from my mitochondrial DNA and loaded the sequences into Mike's AI. I just scraped the whole page of all of the sequences in my mitochondrial DNA. And I asked it for recommendations, and it literally analyzed all of it and then identified what the pain points were and gave me a whole series of pieces of advice regarding supplements, regarding other things, regarding detoxing from various things and so forth. It gave me a whole game plan just from pasting this genetic genome sequence information. And I was just blown away by that. But I want you to think about the implications of this, because we do have this, dystopian scenario. We are facing the dystopian scenario. And I keep on saying you can either have Maha or medical freedom, but not both, because what Maha has become, whether it wants to believe that or not, is Operation Stargate. It's Larry Ellison and OpenAI and Palantir literally working towards building a centrally controlled database that has all of our health information connected to electronic health records, connected to hospitals, and connected to genetic information. And then that will be used to put us into risk categories. It will be used to score us and determine whether or not we get access to care. And this will then extend as early as next year to Medicare and Medicaid, which, as I've said repeatedly, the US government now is responsible for 47% of all healthcare in this country. So they are the dominant and the main player. So whatever they do, that sends a ripple effect to the rest of the industry. Well, I can tell you, I have studied Operation Stargate. I've studied Palantir Health. And it again, this is another one of those things that snuck up on me. They are absolutely building a complete centralized AI-controlled healthcare system. And it's being done under our noses, and it's being done with the complicity of Maha and MAGA. And when I say that, I know that there are people in Maha that just don't know this yet. And part of my issue is it's complicated to explain all of these relationships. I've been actually trying to figure out how to, without it being a book or overly technical, explain and put together what all these pieces are and what the implications are. But what Mike has created is something where I can have my own genetic information and I can analyze it. Let me tell you what I'm doing with this information now. I'm creating another AI agent that knows this genetic information about me, and then will scan the news and scan academic journals and then pull that information in and then use Mike's AI to give me a daily news summary. So imagine now a health summary that's not WebMD or big pharma focused, but where literally you're scouring what is the known available information in the world, specifically targeted based on your own genetic code. That is how powerful that is. That is the power of decentralized AI. And that is a game changer. That is materially better. The system we have right now sucks and is completely broken. We have HIPAA, which is designed to keep us away from our own personal health information. And, we have a tragic system that is trying to kill us slowly while extracting every bit of labor and financial resources out of us. That is just a matter of fact of how the system works. This is completely next level. So Mike's AI is absolutely brilliant on this for anything health related, for economics and financial planning, for off-grid, all of that material. I mean, he's trained this on data sets that just literally don't exist within the framework of the other AIs. And he is not stopping there. I mean, I've talked to him about some of the things, and he's stated publicly, like he's gathered every piece of academic research that is available in the world. He's putting that into a database, and he is constantly scouring. He's gone to great efforts, not even just data in the United States. He's getting information from China and from other countries and translating that information into English and then using that information to train these new models. I mean, I can't express how powerful that is for absolutely everybody listening to this. So again, I'm done with the pessimistic case here. There's no point in worrying about what they're doing, because worrying about what they're doing or trying to hedge and say, well, gee, should I pick Palantir tyranny or Bill Gates Microsoft tyranny? We do not have to pick any of those. We can actually choose to shut that off and to empower ourselves. And so I encourage you to watch that episode and to download the free AI that Mike has gifted us all. The episode before that, we had Craig on and we talked about technocracy in the markets, which I think is an important episode to watch to understand all of the things that are at play and everything that's going on globally in the markets. Because as you start to understand and track these people and the relationships they're putting together and where the money flows, it becomes crystal clear what is going on. And there was that episode and the other one that Craig and I did where we talked about sovereign wealth funds. And again, this is part of why I created the Technocracy Atlas, which is the way to understand what's going on is just to document it publicly and make it available for everybody to see and everyone to vet. And this is what a lot of us have been doing independently. But I think what we found is it's hard to keep anything straight. There's so much information. There's so much going on. As somebody who's spent 3 years focused on, CBDCs and technocracy, I mean, I wasn't even paying attention about the rate to which digital IDs were accelerating. And then Craig's following his thing, and Courtney's following her thing, and Patrick Wood's following his thing. And you realize, you know what? Let's just put all this information together and let's make it viewable, and let's allow other people to contribute to it, and let's just aggregate it. Let's put sunlight on this and move away from this system that we have right now where everybody's an influencer and it's Nick Fuentes and all these other people. There's no reason to outsource thoughts to these people or to sit around and passively listen to what they say to figure out what to think. We should, we can do our own research. Every single one of us can contribute to this, to an understanding of what's going on here. So I encourage you to look at that. And then the episode prior to that, I gave a live demo of OSARA, which I will tell you, we have more interest in that than anything. I don't even know where it's coming from. I put out a couple of tweets, but I mean, we have people signing up for the advanced preview of this at a rate of, yesterday it was like 1 a minute where it was coming in for a while. And again, I don't even know where it's coming from, but what this tells me is what I already suspected, but I think I don't even really appreciate how much anger and frustration and how many people out there just don't think they have any other options in healthcare. But this is an industry where there are almost zero satisfied customers, and it's like $4 trillion a year. So I think this is going to be an absolute hit in terms of opening people's minds up to the fact that you don't have to just sit there and say, well, whatever they come up with, I guess I'll just have to accept it. You don't have to accept what we have right now. You can make these moves right now, but it's about raising awareness. And guess what? Yeah, it's going to be hard for me to get my content out. In fact, I'm going to ask you to like and share all of these posts and all of these episodes, but this one right now, because, Pfizer's been sponsoring the media between the defense contractors and Pfizer and everything else. And then now these new fake free social media platforms, free speech social media platforms are controlled by technocrats. Nobody has a vested interest in this information getting out. Nobody makes money if it turns out that by knowing about yourself, knowing about your own genetics, knowing about your own lifestyle, and using that in conjunction with something like Mike's AI, you can figure out how to make tweaks where you're not going to need the medical system. Or if you still do need the medical system, you don't have to lose 3 generations of wealth getting drained to death. You can actually use medical tourism, which is 80% less expensive with better outcomes. You can do that today. People don't know about this. I can tell you for sure people don't know about this. And even when you say it, they're like, well, but poor people can't afford this or whatever. And it's when you actually look at the price poor people, no one can afford to use the existing system that we have. The existing system that we have will not only bankrupt you financially, it won't improve your health. So fundamentally, you know, anyway, well, I'll show you when the site launches. And again, the point of the site is we're not making any money on any transaction fees. We are putting this together just like the Technocracy Atlas. I believe that empowering people with knowledge and helping people to reclaim their free will is the single most important thing that can happen. So I'm not doing this to try to monetize transactions or anything like that. I think this is just something that absolutely needs to be done. I want nothing more to. I hate seeing people. I hate all of these posts of somebody whose close family member just passed away from, you know, the shot, or someone who was just bankrupted because they couldn't pay their medical bills. I mean, let's face it, when you look at the feed, there's a lot of that around. I don't see a lot of great success stories with people giving a big thumbs up about how great their experience was. And I hate to see that, knowing that there are other options out there and knowing that people just aren't aware of them and that they're suppressed. So we will be launching this site this month. I'm not going to specify a specific date, but you know, it'll be by the end of the month. As always, I encourage you to go to theaarondayshow.com to start watching this podcast. Eventually, I was streaming it directly. I'm not doing that now just because it's too slow and it would be really expensive and there aren't enough viewers, but I have the capacity to do that. So if I ever get cut off of YouTube or Rumble, which is what I'm embedding in the site now, we have an automatic option. So so I encourage you to do that. Plus there's a community section there and comments. You can watch all of the old episodes. I'm actually going to add an AI chatbot to this as well. So you're going to be able to search and interact with all of the content, which, you know, some of these podcasts are 4 or 5 hours long, and this is now the 44th hour. And I know a lot of times in the Q&A, people will come on and recommend books and recommend things. And it's like, oh, what did that person say? What book was recommended or whatever? So even adding an AI just to this content. But we also have all the music and memes, links to all of the other podcast interviews that I've done, which there are a lot of those, and there are going to be a lot more coming up. I'm trying to balance creating all these sites with also getting information out, and it's not easy right now. It's going to be full steam ahead at least through January. I mean, it's never going to let up, but there's kind of a, you know, once the sites are out and polished, then that's a new kind of a new level. Right now, it's like, all right, I know I'm going to have to make a lot of changes, or that these things are just at this stage, and I already know, you know, got 90% more of the work to do before it's really polished and ready to fully scale up. So, but I will tell you, momentum is building. Our email lists and signups are absolutely jumping. The number of media interview requests is jumping. The number, you know, the views on the podcasts are vary somewhat, but nevertheless, I do feel like there's momentum, and I feel like 2026 is going to be a really powerful year for people to actually start taking the first step to exiting these systems, whether it's to start using something like Zano or Freedom Dollar, or to use a medical tourism marketplace, or to become aware of what's going on with technocracy. I believe all of the pieces are in place. I think the technology is in place. Zano, the ecosystem is there. Now it's just about getting the word out and onboarding people, which, by the way, that's not trivial, but it's a milestone in terms of where we're at. I mean, before we talk about the Technocracy Atlas site itself, I want to remind people, and unfortunately I haven't finished. I read half of the book on the flight, and then I actually haven't had time to read the other half, and I will. But the first half is amazing, and I'm going to have Courtney and Patrick Wood on to discuss the book, The Final Betrayal. And this is a must. This book is really important. I mean, this is the kind of book with the holidays coming up and everything. If you have these family members that are just clueless, and I mean, we all have this situation where people in our lives have no clue what's going on and are completely oblivious to what's going on. If you wanted a way to get them up to speed quickly, this book is under 200 pages. And even when I say that, there are a lot of references listed in there. So it's probably 150 pages or whatever. It's actually a pretty fast read, and it really hits all of the hot buttons about technocracy. There's a little bit about the history weaved in here, but most of it is actually current. What's going on right now? What's going on with Peter Thiel? What's going on with the administration's policies today? It talks about what's going on actively right now. It's not projecting about the future, and it's not spending a lot of time necessarily about the history, which is important to understand, but it's enough of that context, but then doing that in a way where you can now understand, oh, wait, when I look at Palantir Health, when I see this, maybe I shouldn't be cheering this. Maybe this isn't something to be jumping up and down. Oh, wait, they're building a digital prison. Oh, they're going to capture all of our healthcare data and use it centrally to make decisions. This is an important book. So I recommend it. Of course, we've talked about the brightu.ai. Download that, use it. I just put this up here. I created a Norman Rockwell painting of this debacle that happened. I don't know. Did you see this? We had Trump had a press conference with the CEO of Novo Nordisk, who makes Ozempic. And it is the ultimate expression of everything that's going on right now with Maha and MAGA. So taxpayers are now going to be paying for Ozempic for people on Medicare and maybe Medicaid too. I don't know. But this is an incredibly expensive drug that has pretty significant side effects, by the way, and not real well documented for kind of the long-term form of it. But I mean, we're going to be spending billions and billions of dollars on this. So as the press conference is going on, the CEO, I believe, has a heart attack. And I mean, it's almost like watching a Monty Python sketch or something. So RFK literally leaves. He just exits. I should play the clip. He gets out of the way. He bolts. And then Trump, and then this is the, again, a AI generated image of the actual photo, but he's like standing there completely impotent, looking out while, whatever Dr. Oz or whoever is treating this big pharma shill CEO who's making billions of dollars off the taxpayers pumping an obesity drug. This is the absolute state of what's going on with MAGA and Maha. And I'm not candy coating it. There's no defending it. There's no, it's 3D chess. There's none of that. There is no plan. These people are not going to help us. The administration is completely captured by technocrats. Bobby Kennedy is completely captured by technocrats. I don't care if people don't want to hear this. I am sick of the cult-like status. He's destroying medical freedom faster than Biden and Fauci at this point, and people are clueless to it. It doesn't matter if the government is no longer recommending the COVID vaccine, if they're implementing something where there's going to be centrally controlled AI data and they're going to be pushing mRNA targeted vaccines based on data that they have in a centralized AI. That is not an improvement. That's not even progress. It's a distraction, and it's an effective distraction because people in the medical freedom community are the most effective and powerful activists on the planet. And I've experienced this the entire time I've been politically active, because these are people that really believe in what they're doing. And a lot of times it's because they were touched personally, either themselves or a loved one, and their hope is being hijacked from them, and they don't even know it. So I'm not angry at them. I'm not angry at the medical freedom community, but boy, do I desperately want them to understand what is going on here. Because in polite society, it's kind of like, well, you don't want to say anything bad about Bobby. You know what? Here's what I care about. I care about medical freedom. Medical freedom is you being able to make your own decisions about your own body and your own health. And Maha is doing nothing to promote that politically through this administration. They're now actively working against it. And, it is what it is. So today, as luck would have it, as I mentioned, Mike filled in for Alex Jones, and it was great. He didn't even know. He sent me a message. He's like, he knew he was going to be on for an hour, on Alex Jones, and Alex Jones sprung on him. Oh, hey, yeah, this 4th hour at the end, you're hosting the show. So he just called me up, and he had me on for the whole hour. So I'm really grateful that he had me on. And I think we had a great talk, because the talk was about 2 really important topics. The first part of the talk was about technocracy, and which we'll talk about tonight with the new website. And the second part was, well, what are our solutions? What can we do about it? And we talked about AI, and we talked about, what you can do. Again, all of the things that I'm excited about in terms of what we can do if we use decentralized AI and we use these decentralized tools. So what amazing timing, and what a great platform and a great opportunity. There's some other episodes too. I haven't been talking about this much. In fact, it's escaped. I've been trying to update the website. I'm like, oh, I forgot. I did all these other interviews. So I was on Decentralized TV again with Mike and Todd, which I've been on there several times. I want to say this Decentralized TV is a great show, and he has a really engaged audience. I remember the very first time I went on this show, we had over 100 people sign up that were interested in our CBDC workshops. I mean, this is a solutions-oriented show, and you're going to get a lot of really in-depth content from this. I mean, they had the Xano developers on there like a long time ago, but like before I even got involved with Xano. I mean, that tells you how kind of on the cutting edge they are in a whole variety of areas of not just, certainly not crypto focused by any stretch, just any kind of approach, hands-on approach that can work to help empower you and to move towards decentralized systems. So with that, I will now move to demonstrate there's not a lot to go through here. The site's not huge, but I will walk through the Technocracy Atlas website. So again, you can visit the site at technocracyatlas.com. And I will tell you what you can do with it now, and then I'll tell you what the plans are for it. And so keep in mind, if you have issues or whatever, reach out to me. I ended up really scrambling to get when I learned that this was going to be mentioned on Alex Jones. I changed a little bit of the focus of my last kind of rush efforts to get the site launched. I focused instead on making sure it could scale and that we could actually handle user registrations and actually handle people asking questions. There's some other functionality I was going to add, but I think it was more important that the site didn't break. And thankfully it didn't. So in any event, so this is what we have. I'm going to start with this threat level tab, because I've talked about this a lot, and then this is where I've decided we're going to house this. It's kind of like the DEFCON 5 chart, that I've talked about, and I did this with CBDCs. There's the CBDC Tyranny Index and the Freedom Index. And as I started thinking about this more, I'm like, well, we really need a way of tracking what's going on with technocracy in a way to describe it and display it visually. Because then once you understand the scoring system and the different components of technocracy, then it's just there out in the open visually for people to say, oh, wow, this is really moving faster than I thought. Now, again, most people don't know what technocracy is, let alone have an understanding of what level we're at this point. But I wanted to make this as simple as possible. So on the front page, I said, what is technocracy? A system of governments where unelected technical experts make decisions, replacing democratic oversight with data-driven control, emerging rapidly through digital IDs, AI surveillance, carbon credits, and CBDCs. That's about as short of a description as I can make. There's obviously a lot more nuance and description and history and so on behind it, but this is pretty straightforward. I think people can understand the fact that we're replacing your vote and we're replacing your rights with unelected technical experts. And in fact, the next level of this is not even unelected technical experts. It's unelected, unhuman AI algorithms. That is actually the new ball game with technocracy. So from there, all right, well, let's look at, I'm saying that we're on a 3 on a 5 scale. Unlike the DEFCON system, this is one where 5 is bad, not 1. I never quite understood. I always got confused with the DEFCON thing. But I'm saying we're at level 3, an active surveillance state. Before I go into the details, let me tell you what the 5 levels are of the threat levels for technocracy. Level 1 is monitoring, which is early technocratic policies, digital ID discussions, the CBDC research phase, limited surveillance. You still have democratic processes intact. My bad. I see I was muted. I thought I unmuted. All right, let me go back. All right, so monitoring is kind of the early phase. People are just discussing these things around CBDCs, digital IDs, and so forth. The implementation phase is you start to see some digital IDs being rolled out. You see CBDC pilots. You see surveillance infrastructure being built. You see carbon tracking. And then this is the state that we're at now. So I say we're at level 3. We're an active surveillance state. So, we have mandatory digital IDs, rolling out. And I'll explain, but I'm just giving you the high level, and then I'll drill into what's going on in the United States specifically, and then globally as well, to put metrics and real information behind what I'm saying here. Stable coin regulations are active. So this is what we have with the Genius Act, which is a backdoor CBDC. AI-powered surveillance is normalized. I mean, it's going on around us, whether we know it or not. We have more surveillance cameras per capita in the United States than they have in China. Again, we have this whole, well, we don't want to become like communist China. And when you actually do the research, which I did when I was writing my book, I found out, wow, we're actually worse in a whole number of areas, and people just have no idea. You have carbon rationing becomes active. You start to have movement restriction, and then dissent starts to become criminalized. And then the total end game here for technocracy is a single world government, as I've said many times, where there's one global currency, and that global currency is an energy credit system. Now, on that point, literally last week, Elon Musk wrote about this. He actually wrote about, well, we're probably nearing a point where money is outliving its usefulness, and we may move to a system based on wattage. He literally said this. You can go on X, you can search it. Again, by the way, when I say Musk is a technocrat, he doesn't hide it. Like, this isn't even like a covert operation here. You can find multiple situations where he's not only talked about Mars will be a technocracy, he's talked about it being a technocracy here. His grandfather was the head of the Technocracy Party. He is pro-UBI. He is pro-energy credits. And as recently as last week, actually, it was last week, he said, we're moving towards a situation where wattage is going to be the currency. And he's even said, well, it's not going to be universal basic income. It's going to be, universal superior income, because everybody's going to have just a never-ending abundance of wealth. So he's explicitly a technocrat. And if anybody wants to debate me on that, I'm happy to take that on, and I will use only his own words and only his own tweets. That'll be the deal. We can do it just on that basis alone. And so, complete AI control. This is what the politicians are talking about. The politicians have made this about the global race for AGI supremacy. AGI is artificial general intelligence. So this is the point at which essentially AI is as smart as humans and can begin basically running things, which we're already seeing in Albania and other countries. This is actually already launching, but that's what they're stating the end game is. So we're being told, and I think last week I showed some of the memes that I put together, but it's coming. The propaganda posters about you need to ration energy and you need to ration water so that we can defeat China to AGI. This is a ludicrous proposition. because the very companies that they're supporting, like Operation Stargate and Oracle and everything else, these are global technocratic companies. Oracle is not a US America first company. Palantir is not a America first exclusive to America company, nor is OpenAI. None of these companies are. They all do business globally. They do business in China. It's absurd that people are buying the patriotism and the collectivism aspect of this with respect to AGI, because the companies that are implementing that AGI are global companies. So we have to stop this. I know we have to stop this, but this is how bad the propaganda is, because you'll go and you'll see people at a MAGA rally or whatever, and they, oh yeah, we're going to beat China. This has nothing to do with what's going on with this. It's the end global system will be controlled by the technocrats, not by nation states, because there will be no nation states. There's no ownership under the system, and there's no free will. The machine runs everything. Again, at this point, somebody in the comments says Musk is talking about a robot to follow you around so you do not commit a crime. Good God. All right. I haven't heard about that one yet. That doesn't surprise me though. And certainly Larry Ellison has been a very loud proponent of the surveillance state. Of course, he tries to couch it as, well, yeah, nobody will commit crimes and cops will also be surveilled so they won't commit crimes or abuse people's rights. I mean, it's absurd how this is going, but that is the end game. And understand, and Patrick Wood has over 45 years compiled all of the information on that. So this is this part of this. So how do you measure which level we're at? So here, so where are we in the United States? So I'm saying we're already 60% on the digital ID front. So we have real ID now. Over half of Americans have real ID. It is digital in 11 or 12 states. I think another 20 coming online. And I mean, the plans are for all 50 states to have digital ID. And there's no reason to think that they won't. Because if you've been following this real ID thing since 2005, there was all this, you had 24 states at some point, AGs lined up against it and everything else. They all caved. Even New Hampshire caved. So there's absolutely nothing stopping this politically. Nothing. It's not going to happen. There's not even a credible plan trying to stop it legally, and it's already been implemented. So you can click on these little cards and you can get the specific information on here. Airport enforcement started on May the 7th. TSA data, 81% of travelers have a real ID or passport. The full compliance target is May of 2027. So understand that is literally what they are working towards with respect to real ID, is complete and total compliance by 2027. So the next time you see somebody say, oh my God, can you imagine and believe what's happened to the UK, and Starmer is violating the will of the people and the will of Parliament, and he's pushing a digital ID, and by 2029 you're going to have a digital ID to work. Just understand that 60% of our own people already have this, and that we will have it fully rolled out by 2027. So do you understand what I mean when I say Americans are the most brainwashed people on the planet? This is what I mean. We're actively leading in these technocratic programs and the rollout. And yet we spend a lot of time online, and a lot of time I see politically with people saying, boy, I'm glad we're not like the communist Chinese. Boy, I'm glad we're not like the UK. We are in a massive state of denial, and it's moving fast. As with respect to digital currency and tokenized assets, I mean, I have to lump in, it's not just money that will be in this form of a programmable, trackable, censorable token. It's everything. Your house, your car, your stocks, your bonds, your 401ks, everything is being tokenized. And they're celebrating this. So the Genius Act is already passed. $27 trillion worth of stablecoins are now under the control of Congress and the Federal Reserve. And they're saying that by the end of this year, they'll pass the Clarity Act, and we will have the tokenization of stocks, bonds, and commodities. So you have to understand. So from my perspective, as somebody who's been fighting this for 3 years, I never thought it could move this quickly. Had Harris won or Biden won, I would have thought there would have been a 3 to 5 year timetable to roll this out. This is actually being rolled out right now. And I think I phrased it. I wrote a tweet today. It turned out that the choice between in this election was whether we wanted technocracy with resistance or technocracy without resistance. And we chose technocracy without resistance, because what's going on right now is people are still blindly following MAGA or Maha, thinking that there's some strategic plan. And the strategic plan is, congratulations, you're in a digital prison. So that's the Genius Act. Now let's look at AI surveillance. I'm putting that at 72% right now. You have Palantir Gotham already being used by the CIA, FBI, NSA, and DOD. You have Operation Stargate, a $500 billion AI infrastructure. Oracle, OpenAI, and SoftBank. Ellison's role, Oracle Cloud for government AI surveillance, OpenAI partnership integration with defense and intelligence agencies. You have 25 plus major U.S. cities with facial recognition. You have predictive policing active in 150 jurisdictions. And by the way, all of this is on top of what Edward Snowden warned us about and told us about that already existed with the NSA over a decade ago. PRISM, X-Keyscore are still operational, and you have a complete private-public fusion. So this is the state today, right? So again, I'm no longer the whole point of this site is to say, look, I'm not warning you about something that's going to happen in the future. This is just documenting what's already happened, and most people have no idea this has happened. But we're at level 3 and we're moving quickly to level 4. Now, I'm not going to go through all of the individual cards on this, but if you look at what's going on globally, there are 154 countries that are actively engaged with CBDCs, and and in fact, if you include the research phase, it's 196 countries, I believe, representing 98% of the global GDP. There are 3.5 billion people under digital ID. So we just had that huge thing that was announced with 17 countries representing a few billion people rolling out the same law, the same technology providers. Mexico rolling their digital ID with biometrics in the Q1 of next year. Social credit system, apparently we have, 1.4 billion people that are already operating under a social credit system, although, it depends on how you define that. I would argue we already have a social credit system. It is the tax code. That is the system of penalties and incentives. It just doesn't have an app. 45% of the urban population of the planet is surveilled using AI, saying the carbon credit market is probably at a 5% rate. And then you have on the global governance front, we're saying kind of 35% on supranatural control. And, you have everything that's going on with UN Agenda 2030, the WHO Pandemic Treaty, WEF partnerships. And again, don't buy that we beat the globalists because, we might back out of WHO or something like that. Because again, the irony of this is we seem to be perfectly okay with pushing the consolidation of power in the surveillance state if it's coming from within our own borders. That's the hard thing to communicate to people. When it was Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab talking about it theoretically, everybody was losing their minds. But when it's actually happening, actually being implemented, nobody's saying anything about it. And I don't know how to reconcile that. I started posting again on Facebook for whatever reason. I put a couple posts out, and people that I have known for years in New Hampshire, it's amazing the degree to which they're defending Trump on anything. I mean, you can put anything out there. The latest that I thought was just amazing. Remember when people thought he was going to end the Fed? We were going to audit Fort Knox. So what did he actually come out with? A 50-year mortgage. I mean, that is essentially a 50-year mortgage is great news for the Federal Reserve. It's great news for the banks. And it is the cornerstone of you will own nothing. And when I talk about this, the response I get back from people is, well, he's not making it mandatory, so at least you have a choice. Well, you don't have a choice as to what currency you use. Well, you do. But most people don't even think they have a choice. That's not a choice. That really is not a choice at all. And So he's actively promoting this. This will expand the power of the banks. This will reduce property ownership, and this will reduce, individual rights and individual personal control. But watch online. And I thought it was interesting to see the way there was a coordinated rollout of propaganda supporting it. I wonder if they use that influenceables thing that I talked about maybe 10, 15 episodes ago, the service that pays influencers online on X and other places for posts, but then they don't tell you about it. So a lot of these things are sponsored ads where you think it's, oh, look, it's my famous, Ian Chong Miles or whatever his name is, or Gunther Eagle, whatever these people's names are. Why they're popular, why they have a following is baffling to me. But then you realize that they're actually paid for these posts. They don't say who it was sponsored by. And I feel like that's what went on over the weekend with the 50-year mortgage idea. It was just floated out. So anyway, these are the individual components. I'm keeping it updated. I'm going to build a thing that tracks the news and keeps, these cards open. Let me drink some water here. I'm going to crawl the news stories and everything and keep this updated. But this way, if we have a scoring system, maybe it's a way for people to understand, oh, wow. Because again, every time I go to put something like this together and I realize, wow, all right, that many countries, this is how much has been invested in this. This is how far this technology is. So let's make it simple, a 5-level system, and then we'll keep all the data up to date. I think this is a good way to check in. It's a good way to check in as we're doing the podcast. It's a good way as everybody that's doing research on technocracy, this is an opportunity for them to check in as well. And as they come up with new research and find new things to contribute to this, and we can keep this score updated. So this is part of the site. And then I'll tell you what's coming is, I'll show you the research chatbot, but the next level of this. And so I have 10,000 plus articles and books and information from Patrick Wood and Courtney Turner and a whole bunch of other sources. A lot of books. It actually has my podcast content in it, transcripts. It has G. Edward Griffin, a whole variety of other sources, and I'm adding more sources all the time. So what you see today is the the beginning, but I'm actually going to get a 200 terabyte RAID, hard drive, and I'm going to continue to add and build information and to build systems to pull the information in real time so that this is the best database and the most thorough source of information on all topics related to technocracy. And it may even expand and go into other areas. And, if Craig comes on tonight, or if not tonight or whatever, we may start adding financial reports for the companies involved. And eventually, once we've got that data, I'm going to add what's called a graph database, which I showed, 6 weeks or so ago, or 8 weeks. I don't even know now the original concept for this site. This will be the ability for you to visually see how things are connected. So you'll be able to track, all right, here's Peter Thiel, and here are the companies he's connected to, and then you can see what's connected to that. It's a way for us to be able to visually see what's going on, because again, we are diverted in a big way by this question: is who is the they? If you call them the globalists, people call them this, and then you have these influencers that gain a lot of traction because they've come up with the story, and their narrative is that it's this group that's responsible, and then this person's identity is associated with, no, this is the group. And the reality is that it's a bunch of different groups with a bunch of different motivations. And the best way to understand what's going on is to be able to visually see it, to put it in a database, and to be able to track and rank the confidence level of that information. This is a pretty simple concept. And, believe it or not, this doesn't exist. If you actually think about how news works, this is always actually doing this is something that I've been wanting to do for about 15 years in a whole variety of different contexts. And so I guess I'm grateful that AI makes it easy to implement this. I'm also going to implement Zano with this. I may actually even do like a NFT collection for early signers, and not in the sense of just NFTs that are like, oh, some speculative picture. Although I may do the NFTs will be like maybe images of Peter Thiel and Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates and all the other things, but you'll be able to use the NFTs in the site to get access to different areas of the site or get access to events or various other things. But I can see a situation moving forward where we can crowdsource research and even pay people and fund people using Freedom Dollar and Zano to do research, actually set up research projects. Once we have all this information in the database, we can see where we have gaps. You can look and say, well, how does this work? Who's funding this? We may look at the database and say, hey, we don't know who funds this. And so we can use incentives through this platform to crowdsource research. So a lot of exciting things coming. And then there's the chatbot itself, which you can get to by logging in. You don't even have to create an account. You can actually just do, if you've probably seen these things called a magic link, which is where you put in your email address, it sends you an email, you click on the link, and then you're in. So this is a way to not have to worry about or deal with yet another password to remember. So I'm going to click on my magic link. And all right, well, I clicked on my magic link and now it's in a different browser. So let me share out a different screen. Okay, let's try this. Wrong screen. Here we go. Let's try this one. All right. There we go. So now I'm logged in. A very basic chat interface. But again, understand that this, because I know a lot of people are probably thinking that this is just a generic AI. And, I know some people heard me talking about this on the Alex Jones thing, and they're actually asking for questions about health related stuff. But we say, what is technocracy? I believe I also have Brownstone episodes in here as well. So there you go. Type in what is technocracy and you get a response back. Technocracy is a system of governance where policy decisions are made by technical experts based on their specialized knowledge and scientific methods, and on and on and on. It's got multiple paragraphs on this, and then it lists the sources, and then you can actually click on the links to the original sources as well. So I want to make sure people can go to the primary research and see what's going on that front. Let me see. Is Elon Musk a technocrat? Now, what I am going to do, I'll add something that explains, excuse me, what the, hold on one second. I will add something that tells people what data is in here so that you can even know what to ask. Because I know one of the problems is it's just like, great, well, I don't know anything about technocracy. What question should I ask? So I'm going to put some materials on here to guide you to even get going with the process. So, so is Elon Musk a technocrat? Based on the sources, the evidence suggests, yes, Elon Musk is a technocrat, though faces significant criticism for how he applies his technocratic principles. Musk has a direct family link to the technocracy movement. His grandfather, Joshua Haldeman, was indeed the head of Canada's technocracy movement. This provides a foundational basis for his technocratic leanings. Musk has expressed technocratic desires. Again, on and on and on. And so this goes into a lot of these areas. Now, as I expand this, there's the Own Nothing site, which desperately needs some work. I haven't worked on that for a while, but this is the site where you can put in a link to a contract, click wrap agreement, and get a score and an explanation of the rights that you've given up. I actually see there being kind of an interplay here between that site and this site. So and in fact, probably will integrate these databases so that, if you want to understand what's going on with healthcare, if you want to understand the degree to which we have a technocracy going in our healthcare system, you'll be able to pull up the contract information and then actually see visually how it works out. You'll be able to see how the money flows and who all of the different players are. So again, I think this is important for transparency. I don't know, to the extent, I don't expect this to be a millions and millions of people using this, because obviously millions of people don't even know what the word technocracy means. But I think this is first and foremost going to be hopefully a useful site for the people that are trying to research this topic. And then my hope is that as more and more people start to learn about it and their curiosity is piqued, they'll be able to go to this site, go to this tool, and start to get more detailed information about it. So, once we get this, and so I consider this to be a soft launch. Again, all of the other tools, the graph database, I'm going to be, cleaning up the interface, and I do look forward to your feedback. And if you have any issues using the chatbot, but by January or so, this should be a robust system that we can really go out and start promoting, particularly around the threat level and the visual ability for then people to see exactly how close we are to being in a complete digital prison. So anyway, that's it. And then you can learn, about this, and it just talks about, again, the mission and some of the technology that's being used and so forth, if you're interested in that. But so again, this is version 1, and I look forward to your feedback. And even if it's critical or if there are issues, in building these things, there's the quality of the data that I'm able to put into the database. That's one thing. And then there's the quality of structuring the results as they're presented. And I may come up with different ways of presenting it. Right now, I'm just using one AI model, and it's accessing the database, and its only source of data is that database. So in other words, we've talked about this a lot, how ChatGPT and all these other models, they're trained on the broader internet. They're trained on Reddit. So when you search for information about this stuff, you're likely to get no information or inaccurate information because it simply hasn't been trained on this. But I'm going to work on different ways of formatting the responses as well and give you options. Do you want a short summary? Do you want bullet points? Do you want something that's more elaborate? Certainly, you can type in whatever your own prompt is and ask it to present the information. But ultimately, I want this to be a tool to help educate people. And I do welcome your feedback. Everything that we're building, it occurred to me, as I've been talking about this podcast probably for 3 or 4 months now, it occurred to me over the summer that I really see my role in this as being to build tools to help empower other people. Because, I can talk about these things, but it's like, okay, and I do know a lot about CBDCs and digital currencies, but the real issue is people don't understand the bigger picture and how all the pieces fit together. And it's difficult because it's complicated, and there are a lot of organizations, and there are a lot of it's technical. And so I thought, well, if I could use some of my technical skills and activism skills and everything else to help people go through their own journey, I felt like that would be the best way that I could contribute to helping, either with the exposure of technocracy, but then also to building these solutions as well. So this is why we have freedomforge.io, which is a site for now. Once you understand the technocratic threats, then the question becomes, what's the solution? And I was finding it, and actually, I got to the point where I'd go to these events, and I'm not even kidding, and this is still the case. People would come up to me and say, "This scared the shit out of me." And I've had people that come up to it multiple times and said that. And this is good and bad. My point is, I actually don't want to spread fear. And so if what people walk away with is just fear and a sense of despair and that they have no choice, that's not exactly what I want my role to be in the world. And so it's been this balance between creating tools to help educate people, but then promoting solutions or promoting platforms to help people create the solutions, which is actually probably a better way to describe it, because I'm not pushing a particular solution. I'm saying that here are some tools, you can build alternatives. You can build decentralized alternatives. Like Mike, Adams didn't say, well, gee, I guess this is over. I guess we're stuck with ChatGPT. He realized the power of the technology and spent his own money and realized, hey, you know what? I can take some of these models, I can tweak them this way. But the real key is, can I get all this data together and make the data accessible, all of this information that the technocrats don't want us to have access to. So anyway, this is some of the motivation behind this. So at this point, that's about all we have on this. I am happy to open this up to Q&A. I haven't sent around too many links on this. I'm putting in the chat a link to the StreamYard if you want to come up and join the Q&A. So I'm putting that there now. Here's the link to the Q&A. And, again, a lot of people have joined up. We've had a pretty diverse group over the months since I started doing this. I think there are no stupid questions. A lot of people don't like, you don't have to turn your camera on, or if you just want to text your questions, that's fine. We can do that as well. But this should be a good opportunity to, I'd love to get any feedback that you might have on the tools as well. So so let me send a few of these out, and then I'll certainly, there's no shortage of things to continue to talk about. So yeah, so the challenge is, again, I'd also be curious as to what people's familiarity is with technocracy and what your sense is that others know about technocracy, if anything. Because in my mind, the work that Patrick Wood has done for 45 years should be mainstream, not mainstream, but I mean, it should be widely known. I mean, it is so well researched and then, profoundly insightful that my hope would be that more people would know about it, and they don't. But now is the. I'm also open to ideas, by the way, with all of this, with all of the initiatives that we're doing. I'm open to any input on better ways to wake people up to this. My concern with this is, it's kind of like I pick on the Maha stuff only because I know a lot of these people don't have any political experience, and so they still have this kind of hope that things will be different, or if we just got rid of a few bad apples, that we're going to be able to fix the system, and they don't know how it works just structurally. So they're going through and making a lot of mistakes that, frankly, I've already made, and my wife and I have experienced doing a lot of political activism. The challenge that we have is that with the speed at which Real ID and Genius Act and Clarity Act and Palantir is going, we have to not only alert people about technocracy, but we have to simultaneously build these solutions. And it's it's exhausting trying to balance both. And so I'm hoping by creating these platforms and getting your input on how to make these platforms more accessible. This is why I like to use, memes. I like to use music. And as we move forward, I will tell you, I think hands down from what I can tell from the response we've been getting, the medical tourism marketplace is the thing that people are the most interested in. I mean, it is getting about 90% of the attention. So maybe it's, we'll use the medical tourism thing as a way to educate people about technocracy. That might be an even better approach, is to do something that's tangible. I also know that to the extent a lot of this is information and it's facts, and that facts are important, people are probably more emotional than they are logical. And so as we drill into this, the reason I think that the healthcare issue is going to be a great opener is I want to, on some of these sites, give a platform for people to share their horror stories with the healthcare system. I think if you had a format for that, in fact, because my experience has been, I haven't been to an event or a dinner party or any other situation where I didn't talk about technocracy, but I just asked people about, a lot of times I don't even have to ask. People will just complain about something dealing with the healthcare system. And it's kind of a natural too, given everything that everybody went through with COVID, but it's an easy topic of discussion to start. Well, I mean, if people would start sharing their stories, then I think you would see online in their own words, and you had a gathering place for that, because I think people feel embarrassed. I think a lot of people, or they feel like, well, maybe they're a one-off. Sometimes the system is it gaslights people to the point where it tries to convince people that it's their fault for, the fact that the healthcare outcome that they were given, or the treatment that they were given, didn't work. And it truly is that bad. I mean, but I mean, imagine if we had thousands of videos of people honestly sharing their story. These are just normal people, not influencers. It doesn't need to be, it's just honest, authentic people telling their stories about the system. I think that has the potential to go viral on a lot of platforms in a lot of different ways. And then if that happens, then, tied with that is, hey, you don't have to be stuck with this. And there are options other than, I did comment, and it did get some traction, but think about this shutdown that's been going on. A big part of the shutdown is about Obamacare. And now I guess they've done some extension until January, and whatever they'll end up reauthorizing Obamacare. But the problem is, I listened to the same tired Republican solutions. Well, if people could just buy insurance over state lines, that solves absolutely nothing. That's an idiotic idea. Insurance itself is a completely corrupt system that has zero financial incentive for insurers to improve the health of the individual, or to lower the cost. There's nothing it's built into the legal structure of the system. So your ability to use a fraudulent, corrupt system and to buy that across state lines solves absolutely nothing. And by the way, these are the same things people have been saying for 20 years. I had to laugh when it was Rick Scott who came up and said a whole bunch of these things. He gave the standard bullshit propaganda talking points that Republicans have been using for decades. And those talking points are centered around the idea that our insurance system is somehow a market-based system, which it is not. But when you add to the fact that now 47% of the healthcare cost is paid for by the government, and you add how big pharma works, and you add how these subsidies work, it's even worse than they were talking about it 30 years ago. In fact, it's to the point where if you implemented what they wanted, it would actually make things worse. And so maybe this is why there are so many signups. I think a lot of these signups that are coming in on Osana are because of some of these comments on these social media posts. Because what I've been saying is, figure out how to exit your insurance, form a medical trust to protect your assets so that you don't go bankrupt within the existing system, fire your doctor, and engage in medical tourism. Now, I will add, there's going to be, add to that, download Mike Adams AI and actually do what I'm starting to do, take care of your own. You will find, if you analyze some of this genetic information and everything else, oh, here's this deficiency, here's this deficiency. I need to adjust this. Maybe I'm not absorbing vitamin D the way that I should, blah, 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 blah. You'll find you can make some quick adjustments that none of them require pharmaceuticals. So that is ultimately going to be a part of what we're doing in terms of the overall healthcare solution. But I wanted to start off with the medical tourism just to say, hey, listen, you don't have to go bankrupt. I don't want to see people continuing to go bankrupt, which they are at the rate of one person every minute in the United States, and 75% of those are insured. It drives me nuts that this happens. It drives me nuts that hospitals do not report prices. 95% of hospitals do not report how much things cost. So you don't know how much things are going to cost. You're not allowed to know how much things cost. So you get a bill for $47,000 for a procedure that would have cost $1,200 somewhere else, but you don't even have an ability to price shop. The system is fundamentally fraudulent. And so what I don't want to do is like, oh, well, hey, now that everybody knows this, maybe we can go to our congressman and have them report buying insurance across state line, whatever, all of the ideas, or the other one that they push, HSAs. And HSAs are a combination of a CBDC and a social credit system. And that's how backwards Republicans are on this issue. They actually present that as free market. And it's gotten to the point where people believe, oh, well, I can take X% of my own money pre-tax, limited by the IRS, and I can put it into a trackable banking account that I can use to buy only medical services that are determined by the government and my healthcare provider. That is not a market-based solution. It is the opposite of a market-based solution. So understand that's what Republicans have to offer. So nobody is even proposing something that is going to make something better. Not that they would pass it even if they could, because once you reach that point where 50% are covered by the government, then you've reached a point of no return. There's no incentive or possibility in the system to correct it. But you know what? We don't have to sob about it. You can use medical tourism, and you can use it from anything from dentistry to complicated heart surgery to cancer treatment to stem cell treatment. And so the site is going to outline all of this, checklists. If you do medical tourism, here are all the things that you need to know. Here's the transparent information. Here's the rating systems for the locations. Yeah, don't go to certain parts of Mexico. You know what I mean? It's going to be, you still have to shop around. The fact that it's medical tourism doesn't mean that it's good. It means that it's like you buy anything else. Take as much care in buying your health care as you might buying a car. It's amazing how people will spend more time and more effort trying to figure out what clothing to buy than what healthcare services to buy. And in fact, it's not their fault to a certain degree, because you can't price shop anyway. And the system goes out of its way to make sure there's no transparency in quality outcomes either. But medical tourism is a $100 billion a year industry. It's massive, and it's growing 25% per year. And look, once you understand that the U.S. is behind China in 57 out of 64 categories, which, by the way, most people will be in disbelief. Even some people in the chat here, oh, well, that's not true. Maybe it's 43 out of, or maybe it's 53 out of 64. It doesn't, like, the point is, most people still think America dominates in innovation, and they still view China from this like 1980s view of, like my favorite is, well, you better finish your plate because there are starving children in China. This was part of that propaganda 40 years ago. And it isn't like that. There are other pockets in the world. In fact, we're probably the least innovative because we're the most regulated in so many different ways. And so once people become comfortable with that, once you realize you have a choice, most people think they don't have a choice. You always have a choice, but the system grinds you down into thinking you have no choice. Well, I have to get this job that I don't want, which is this soul-sucking thing that is, that I loathe, and where the mission of the organization is actually counter to my moral beliefs, right? Let's start there. People will do that because they think they have to do that, because they think it's the only way to make money, but not just the only way to make money. It's the only way to get access to healthcare because of the way that healthcare is tied to employment. Well, the presumption there is that the healthcare that they're getting actually improves their health and is necessary. Once you expose how the system works and what the outcomes are, you realize that's not even true. And by the way, I've been floating around with the Mark Twain comment. It's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. I'm going to be honest, people are going to be pissed off when they realize what's going on. And it's going to be hard to admit to yourself that you've been duped. And we've all gone through this. I've gone through this. Everybody that goes through this feels that way. And then once you get over it, then you realize, okay, now I can free up all that energy and, everything about my identity that was tied into this fact that I believed that the US was the most innovative with healthcare, and that I believed that I had to get this job because my parents told me this. And, everybody said, well, you've got to go to college and you have to rack up all this student debt so you can get a job working for these companies so you can have this insurance, and then also have a retirement portfolio and a 401k that you then find out is building a portfolio of companies that are building your digital prison. People are not alive. If that's what you're doing, you're not alive. You have nothing to fear by leaving that because you're already dead. So the more we can make that people aware of this and understand people are going to go through, whatever the stages of grief are, or whatever, to come out of it, the faster that happens, the better. But I will tell you, people seeing, I can tell just from I'm getting more even now. We launched the Technocracy site. It was on Alex Jones. I'm getting more OSARA people signing up for the medical tourism marketplace because everybody has some healthcare issue they need addressed. There are people sitting around. On average, it takes 27 days to get an appointment with a specialist. There are people sitting around that may have a profound, devastating condition, and they have to wait for a month or two even to be seen in this country. I mean, I think my belief is if these tools are designed properly, they're easy enough to use, and people share their stories and go viral, what we will collect in 6 to 12 months will be devastating to the medical system. I believe these tools can be that powerful. Because the trap right now is the belief that people have that they have no choice. And it's like I said, you always have a choice. You can stop using a bank account. You can start using crypto. Well, yeah, but then what's going to happen? Yeah, it's going to be a pain. But what's the alternative? Live a life of quiet desperation, working at a job you don't like for healthcare you don't need so that you can fund a retirement account to build your digital prison, which will then also be zapped from you to pay for medical bills. And your heirs will never see any of that money. Once you understand the game that we're in, it's hard to stay in it. But there's a lot of resistance to people even wanting to hear this information. So this is why, again, this is going to be a situation about people telling their own personal stories. I can create and aggregate information. I can present information in a way that I think is easy to understand, or I will evolve it to make it easy to understand. I can provide tools and resources, but the ultimate power and the way that we defeat technocracy is it all has to be done at the individual level. It all has to be done with people taking control of their cognitive liberty, their emotional sovereignty, and their actional independence, taking control of their thoughts, their actions, and their emotions. No one can do it for anyone. And there's no replacing RFK and Trump and Musk and Thiel with, Nick Fuentes or Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens or any of these people. No one. You have to be your own white knight. Everyone has the capacity to do it, whether they know it or not. And so, but where I'm optimistic is that there are tools. The Zano ecosystem is one part of it. Again, okay, we can build a marketplace. And the marketplace isn't, you don't have to use Zano or Freedom Dollar to participate in the marketplace. The whole point of the marketplace is to provide transparent information and make it easy for people to understand that they have choices. The reason that I think people will want to use Zano and will want to use Freedom Dollar within it as an option is because these medical tourism facilities have a difficult time dealing with credit cards and chargebacks. And as people are going to find out, you have to wire $15,000 or something for a medical service overseas. It's not that easy to wire money out of your bank account. That's a whole process. And then you have KYC, you have all of these laws in place So the hardest part of doing medical tourism is probably going to be your bank allowing you to spend your own money, whether it's directly through your bank account or your credit card. And I'm going to provide information about that as well. So the site will be, okay, great. You found this doctor that you want to go to in Thailand for XYZ procedure. You click a button. That button will send an email to the facility and to the doctor saying, great, I'm interested in this. I'd like to use, Freedom Dollar, Zano, whatever the options are. And chances are the medical provider's not heard of that, but they'll be able to click on a link and they'll be able to see what it's all about. And then they'll have the background and information about, stuff they already know about chargebacks and the problems with the existing system, but it'll explain why this is a better system, why they can get paid low transaction fees, so on and so forth. And that over time, this will be a way to not only get people engaging in medical tourism, but also using alternative currencies. But again, you don't have to use Zano. This to me is just but it's a great educational opportunity for people looking to buy alternative healthcare services and looking to sell alternative healthcare services to learn about private currency that isn't tracked, censored, and controlled by the government. And that is going to become increasingly important. As we've discussed all of the different trends here, right? Well, now we're moving to stable coins. Now we're moving to this. The noose is tightening. And at some point, once people take that first step and understand, oh, hey, wait, you mean I don't have to use this system? If I don't have to use the healthcare system, if I don't have to use insurance or Obamacare, if I don't even have to keep this job that's just tied to this healthcare system because there's a better solution out there, what else am I missing out on? What other belief systems do I have? What other things do I think about the way that the world works that are untrue, but it never occurred to me to think outside of it? So again, but all of it's an inside job. All of it requires people getting there on their own by exercising their own judgment and going through their own learning experience with this. So, all right, well, we don't have anybody live yet. We were up to about almost 2,400 people, which is actually pretty good because we're only an hour and 41 minutes into this. So I'm going to keep going. I'll answer some texts. I'll keep going for a while because I know there are some people that do intend to hop on. And so I'll wait for those folks. I know there's some other people that are involved in another meeting and so forth. So I'll keep going for a while. Certainly could talk about these things for, well, I do talk about these things for an extended period of time. I mean, while that's going on, I want to say that, let me pull up. I want to go back to our political prisoners. We still have I'm rebranding it Technocracy Lawfare now, but it's the crypto lawfare. But the war on crypto is not over. I mean, Roger is fortunately not in prison, and he's back at home now, which is great. But we still have other political prisoners, and these political prisoners need our support. And listen, we know that it works to raise massive public awareness about these things. It worked to get Ross pardoned. I certainly believe that the effort of a whole bunch of people to raise awareness about Roger's situation certainly helped tremendously. If you look at overall the momentum that was built around this effort, and then all of the people that came on board, including people like Charlie Kirk and Roger Stone and others, I'm not sure he would have gotten the outcome that he got. And a big part of that was public support, was signing these petitions and so forth. And so if it worked for Ross, if it worked for Roger, I believe it can work for Ian and Roman Storm as well. So I'm not giving up. I'm by no means stopping the effort to raise awareness to the victims of this crypto lawfare. And remember, so Ian and Mark Edge run Free Talk Live, and they've had this for 25 years. I don't even know how many years now. Nationally syndicated radio show promoting liberty. And, and they brought more people to New Hampshire as part of the Free State Project than anyone. I don't know what the percentages are. I've heard 10%, 15%, whatever it happens to be. I don't know. It's the largest portion of people moving to New Hampshire are because of this. And I moved in part because of this. I actually called, not Ian, because he didn't pick up the phone at the time, but I talked to Mark Edge a couple times before moving here. And Ian and Mark are the ones who introduced Roger Ver to Bitcoin. So when I first came out with, I wrote my book, and then decided after kind of writing the book to run for president as a way to elevate this. Ian had me on Free Talk Live, and I think I'm the only presidential candidate he's had. He hates politicians, which, you know, I certainly appreciate that. I think I'm the only presidential candidate he had other than Ron Paul on the show. And we talked at the time, this is before his sentencing hearing, but I was saying, listen, the reason that you were targeted, the reason Jeremy Kauffman was targeted, and this is before Roger was targeted, was because of this executive order, 14067, by President Biden. And, you know, his case was just, it was filthy. I mean, they went out of their way to target him. He was effective. He was loud on the radio show. He was very effective at introducing people to Bitcoin and to digital currencies. And, you know, he had this really horrible message of peace and economic freedom, which the government doesn't like. That's literally why he was targeted. Imagine, you know, this is, again, how far the propaganda is off the rails. How are you going after somebody for promoting peace and economic freedom? But they did. And they tried to entrap him. And this was a huge effort. In fact, I'm hoping to try to figure out, I don't know if through a FOIA request or whatever, we can find out how much money the DOJ spent on this case, but it was a constructed case. It wasn't, oh, you know, a lot of people were complaining about this or whatever, we've got to go after him. They're like, all right, we want to get this guy. How do we go about getting this guy? And Ian, as with Roger, as with Roman Storm, hired a lawyer and got an opinion letter stating that what he was doing was legal. He was told he didn't need a money transmitter license. And in fact, New Hampshire passed a state law that said you don't need a money transmitter license to sell Bitcoin. So here he is, literally trying to comply with the laws, which were incredibly unclear. So they got him anyway. And when they got him, I think that when they raided his apartment, there were 5 different departments of the federal government there. They brought in a Bearcat, and they destroyed the door, destroyed property, the whole 9 yards. And, you know, when my wife and I said it on the sentencing hearing, it was, I mean, look, if you've been on this show at all, I've not been a huge believer in the integrity of government, we'll say that, for a long time. I mean, I wasn't recently converted to that. I was like that when I was 16. And you know, things got worse. The more experience I got, you know, the less complimentary my view of politics has become. And even still, even with having been involved with it directly, even having grown up around it, I was still shocked by the sentencing hearing. Not just because of how absurd the sentence was itself, and it is. 8 years in federal prison is absolutely unwarranted, but it was the way that the government presented their case. It was the way that the government omitted information, would take recordings, and it's like, well, you know, if I play 30 seconds of a 3-minute clip, if you don't get the other 2.5 minutes, you might come away with a completely different outcome. I mean, the deck is already stacked against you when you're going against the government anyway, but you really do realize, and I did know this, but it was still, when you're facing it and seeing it happen to somebody that you know directly, it was still, it's hard to express the fact that they will go after you and they don't mind lying just to get a conviction. They're not interested in the rule of law. And in this particular case, Ian had to be stopped because he was effective at onboarding people to using cryptocurrency to do day-to-day transactions. And he was successful at it here in New Hampshire. If you went to Keene, New Hampshire, I don't even know what the count was, how many businesses were taking crypto directly using point of sale systems, ATMs all over the region. Of course, he was talking about it all of the time on the radio, and that's why they targeted him. And so he's like one of the early, he was targeted before the big wave of, he was targeted before it was cool, right? He was targeted before Executive Order 14067. But the whole idea is, if we make an example of him, other people will stop engaging in cryptocurrency. And to a degree, that was successful because there aren't as many businesses in New Hampshire with point of sale systems. And I'm not going to get into how this all dovetails with the Bitcoin as digital gold narrative and the hijacking of all of that. But that is all part of it. But I mean, here in New Hampshire, I mean, man, we had meetups, Bitcoin meetups, where people would trade cryptocurrency for cash, and people were engaging in transactions going back to like, I don't know, 2011, 2012. And there are restaurants and bars and shops where you could use cryptocurrency as currency. When I tell people this, because again, as I've been doing this, when I did the presidential campaign and we did workshops and talking around the country, a majority of the people in the United States don't even know that you can use cryptocurrency as a currency to buy and sell things. The predominant understanding of the majority of people is that it is just a speculative investment, and there's not even an understanding or an appreciation that self-custody is an important attribute. So anyway, he was targeted. But he had me on his show, and he even read my my political campaign was a little unusual. And again, I didn't vote. I wasn't even registered to vote. So this wasn't ever if I get elected to president, I'm going to be able to fix this. It was people don't know about CBDCs. So I had what was called a bank run manifesto. And essentially I was saying, hey, listen, if you don't like these wars, if you don't want CBDCs, if you want to end the Fed, just simply stop using the dollar. I was longer than that. And Ian read the whole thing. So I read the whole thing on the air. And then shortly after, because we didn't know what the sentencing was going to be, there was still hope that, because when we looked at the case, it was absurd. They actually threw out the money laundering charge. The thing that he's in there for is conspiracy to commit money laundering. And I know a bit about that. I was in a 5.5-year lawsuit over conspiracy. Somebody else told me conspiracy is what they charge you with when there's no crime. It is a catch-all for the government. Conspiracy, commerce over state lines. They have these things. We think we have a constitution, but they have just complete workarounds for this. So then when they sentenced him to this, it was shocking. And then to watch the way that they did it, they tried to hold him responsible, for the actions of, here we go. Here's Chris. Hi, Chris.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up here. I want to explain to people what was going on with Ian, but they tried to hold him responsible for the actions of one of his customers. But Ian actually went out of his way. He did KYC. He did actually follow through on all this. And so they never caught the person that was engaged in the so-called illegal activity, these romance scams. They never caught the person who actually did it. And then they tried to pin it on Ian. Well, I did pin it on Ian as if he were the one actually engaging in that bad activity. I mean, it would be like, suing someone who engaged in a drug dealing transaction because they used an ATM and trying to hold the bank CEO criminally liable. But because it was a romance scam, they brought in all these old women, and so they managed to coach these people really well, to the point where they even got these victims to think that it was Ian's fault. They blurred the lines between who the principal bad actor was. So they took out on Ian rage for some other person who they never caught. And so this is the case that the government orchestrated against Ian. And so anyway, he's in there for 8 years, and he appealed it, and we went to the appeal hearing, which was, in Boston. And that's a whole process in and of itself. Very short hearing. I feel like it was like half an hour or something. It wasn't even very long. But people exchanged, piles of legal documents, and then it took months and months and months. We were supposed to hear back in like a month, and it took 8 months or something like that. And then they rejected the appeal. So anyway, this is a clear-cut case where the judge even overturned the jury conviction on money laundering because there was no evidence of the money laundering. So it's rare for a judge to overturn the jury verdict. But then, having gotten rid of the actual money laundering charge, they still upheld this 8-year conspiracy to commit money laundering. So I believe very fervently that if you look at all the people in the crypto space that have gotten pardons, Ian's case is really clear cut. There are a lot of people that actually engaged in activities that that shouldn't be illegal anyway, but they knew were illegal. Ian's case is not that. Ian's case is a case of he tried to comply with the law. The laws were unclear, but they targeted him anyway because he was an effective liberty activist. So I encourage you, if you can, I put the links in the comment to go to freeiannow.org and sign the petition. And I'm going to, keep talking about Ian as well. And I think we need to build some momentum around this. I mean, we got the CZ from Binance. There are a lot of people in the crypto space who have gotten pardoned. I mean, I've even heard that Sam Bankman-Fried might get a pardon, which, again, relative to, it was absurd relative to Ian. So I think the issue that Ian's got is that people don't know about the case. And so, because it's not as high profile, because he didn't rip a whole bunch of people off. The weird thing is that a lot of the people that are getting pardons are people that were involved with high profile illegal activity. I would say that Ian was involved with low profile non-criminal activity, and it's hard to get a lot of news or excitement around that. So anyway, please consider the petition. Please consider sending it around to others. And as I said with Roger's case as well, just posting the link on social media won't get you very far. DM people, put it in Telegram groups, Signal groups, whatever. And let's see if we can get some momentum around that, because there are recent pardons going on. There's activity going on in this realm. There's a reason to be actually somewhat hopeful that this might happen. It's just we've got to do a better job. And I've struggled with actually how to I don't know how to raise the profile on this. I mean, I've got my audience, but my audience is this, which I appreciate you guys, but we need we're not very big at this point. And so I'm hopeful that over the weeks and months, we can do some things to really bring attention to this. And well, I think it was last week? One of the other, I think Tornado Cash people was just sentenced to 5 years in prison, and Roman Storm lost his case. This is another completely trumped up case. Another case of somebody who hired lawyers, got an opinion letter. His investors' lawyers even said what he was doing was legal. So he thought what he was doing was legal, and Biden passed the executive order. And if you're going to roll out a CBDC and you're going to crack down on crypto, you know what you don't want? You don't want privacy technology. So Roman Storm was targeted. And where did they have the case? He was based in California. They had the case in the Southern District of New York, which is the worst place in the world to have any kind of case. So they spent a ridiculous amount of money. The government, this is another case where I want to find out how much the government spent. Roman has had to spend $5 million plus in legal fees. And Roman, unlike Ian and Roger and others, he wasn't involved in Bitcoin in 2010. Roman didn't have the financial capacity to pay the legal fees. So he's had to raise money and raise donations to be able to defend himself. And I believe that is still ongoing. So so he has an appeal coming up, or he hasn't had a sentencing hearing yet, but it doesn't look good based on some of the other things. And so I encourage you to go to freeromanstorm.com and support him if you can. And I think he's looking for financial support as well. But we need to, I'm not going to take on all cases, obviously, but as it relates to specifically this area of of technocracy. And obviously, if it's in the overlapping area that's relevant to CBDCs, and certainly if I know the people personally, I mean, I know Roman. I've talked to Roman as a result of this case. I don't know him as I know Ian and Roger for a long time, but I mean, I've talked to him. I've studied his background. I've studied all of his stuff, and he's a solid guy. And this is a worthy case. So, anyway, that's my soapbox on that. So, how are you doing, Chris?
All right. The thing about the Roman storm that's even a little more galling is that Tornado Cash, as a protocol, is like open source, and at this point has been copied and ported across to multiple chains multiple times. Still gets used under both Tornado Cash and all these other forked versions of it. And it's like the idea of prosecuting someone for writing code and releasing it online, and then, you know, the fact that other people might use it to do stuff that's illegal, and so the guy that wrote the code is the one that you target, that's just hugely bad precedent.
Yep. It is hugely bad precedent, and it's intentionally
right. Yeah. It's not an accident.
Yeah, it's not. No, it's not an accident. Right. This is why it's like, even again, when Roger's thing, it's like people were not paying attention to Roger's case. And I'm like, they're going to kill him in Spain. This has nothing to do with taxes. You don't pick now as a time frame to go after Roger. You don't pick, you know, a week after he published hijacking Bitcoin, when we're in the middle of everything that's going on with this executive order. And most people were just like, oh, it's just a rich guy, foreign guy with taxes. And this also, all of this, and it's not just these guys. I wrote about it in my book. It's civil and criminal. It was an all-out assault on the entire crypto sector. But the problem is these cases are still ongoing. And I argue these are the most important cases for the reason you described. Open source privacy technology, that's more important than Hawk-Tuah meme coins and some of these other things, cases where people got. This is actually important. This is actually real lawfare designed to stop innovation that actually protects our Fourth Amendment right. This is real lawfare. This isn't like, well, you know, somebody did something that was flagrantly stupid and did violate the law, regardless of how stupid the laws are. This is lawfare. And so, you know, we need to continue to support these guys. I'm not going to stop supporting these guys at all until they're free. And I hope we can continue the track record with that we have with Ross and Roger and elevate these guys. And, you know, unfortunately, there will be more as this goes on. So, you know,
we've got a system that there are so many different points within the system that are just like broken, that it's you know, this daunting task. So for like the judges, the entire sort of judicial itself has been infiltrated and, you know, corrupted, and without the judicial side actually trying to uphold the sort of moral position, because they should reject a lot of these cases themselves, even if they're being brought by legislative and law enforcement. The judge should be able to look at this and be like, yeah, actually, this is terrible and ridiculous, and just throw the case out. But so many lawyers or judges at this point are like sort of bought and paid for, or they're ideological, and they were put in position as a judge because they're ideological. I think it's just makes it a really difficult problem to tackle.
Yeah, it is difficult. Again, the incentives aren't there, and a lot of these judges are, depending upon the state and the situation, they're elected, and so I mean that makes it even worse.
Oh, you've got, so I forget, I think it was Eric Weinstein talked about one thing that George Soros did that was brilliant, was he recognized an arbitrage opportunity in district attorneys and judges, because they're basically elected positions that nobody pays that much attention to. So you could spend very little money to basically buy judges by funding their campaign. And then they would easily get elected with very little financial contribution. And then you've got this judge in place that owes you.
Yep.
All over the country.
Yeah, all over the country. It's often not the best lawyers that go to be judges, right? Because it's not, at least on the surface, lucrative, although there are a lot of backroom deals. I mean, you can go and look at whether it's like child trafficking and some just horrendous things that go on. This is the case in Pennsylvania, or a lot of things involving adoption and kids. Family court is an absolute cesspool. There are a lot of backdoor deals. I was in a case here in New Hampshire, and I went to the state Supreme Court, and I think one of the judges that was on that was just recently found guilty of corruption in New Hampshire, but I think she's still on the state Supreme Court. But there have been a number of cases, even in New Hampshire, in family court, where the judges have been found taking bribes and doing a whole variety of other things. It's not a great situation. And then there are other issues, like the lawsuit that I was in, where I think we had 8 judges recuse themselves. So I went through 5.5 years of litigation, and we never had a deposition or a trial. It took 5.5 years literally of just going back and forth, judges removing themselves, motion play, sending documents back and forth. Then when you move to the new judge, you've got to start over all over again with the new judge. And the system is now so expensive and time consuming that it's almost impossible to get real justice.
Yeah. It's not about justice anymore. There's a quote, I pulled it up recently for a friend, so maybe it's in my backlog, but it's a quote, old quote from Frederick Bastiat. When plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in a society, over the course of time, they create for themselves a legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it.
Yep.
And there, you've got the fourth turning concepts that people will talk about, and the cycles and stuff. And so it's just like, we're at the end of this cycle where people that were able to use amoral and shady means to accumulate wealth converted that wealth into power, and converted the system that was supposed to be, standing against them into something that basically condones and supports all the activities that they do.
Yep.
It's a pretty dire situation, but
it is a dire situation. So, I mean, again, I'm hopeful. We'll see. Maybe there's some things that'll be happening here in the next few months with Ian's case. There is some hope. So,
on the health topic, because that's a little more hopeful, because there's still a little more. These are people who are trapped in this quote unquote justice system already. But for those of us who are dealing with health as a problem and sort of at scale, the Osana thing that allows for people to explore medical tourism a little more effectively is very nice. I recently started seeing a specialist chiropractor for a problem with like the C1, C2 for misalignment in my atlas. And, it's not a cheap or short sort of treatment course, right? But relative to what it would lead to if I left this unaddressed over the course of years, it's the kind of thing where it's like a couple $1,000s over the course of a year to do this treatment and physical therapy kind of a thing. Or I wait, and 5 years from now, I'm dealing with people telling me I need surgery to, fuse vertebra and like artificial disc surgery and all this stuff. And that's, so there are these alternative medicine options that are not well discussed, and that your doctors won't talk much about if you talk to them, or that you won't hear about from your typical medical practitioner until you're in a way worse position than I'm in. Like, I guess because of my background and upbringing, I'm a little more open to something like chiropractic than the average Westerner. But your doctor's not going to tell you about this until you've probably exhausted all the other avenues for the most part. And it's like, these things, for instance, it's like the Brighteon, the Enoch AI. It's really nice to have that, especially as just like a comparator, right? Ask Enoch some questions, see how that compares to, say, Grok's response. ChatGPT's response. And especially when it comes to touchy subjects, it's pretty stark, the differences.
Oh, it's incredibly stark. And I talked about this several episodes ago, and I actually have this book series. This is an incredible book series, 4 volumes. I called it A Divided Legacy, that talks about the history of medicine over the last 2,500 years. And when you dig into things like the AMA, again, the whole medical profession and the whole AMA was designed to kill homeopathy, which had better health outcomes at the time. It was actually designed to restrict the number of doctors and increase the amount of money that doctors made. And it was to the point where you would essentially be a doctor could get ejected from the AMA if their wife was talking positively or engaging in dialogue about homeopathy. This is how much of a cult it is. So I'm not exaggerating when I say that this is literally a cult designed to push pharmaceuticals, because that is actually how it was designed. So that is the legacy of the medical system. So when you said your doctor's not likely to recommend a chiropractor, it's because they have to follow whatever the standard of care is. And the standard of care is determined also by the pharmaceutical industry and the existing players. And if they go outside of the standard of care, they could potentially lose insurance coverage and everything else. And so your doctor, even if the doctor has good intentions, does not have financial incentives to present a wide range of options for your medical treatment. They are only there to push allopathic medicine and this whole system of, you're essentially treating us as machines that need drugs or surgical procedures applied to them. So this is why I said, when I wrote that tweet, I'm like, yeah, literally fire your doctor. We have a culture where everything is around, when you see these ads, well, consult your physician to see if this might be right for you. Talk to your doctor if this might be right for you. You are the quarterback of your health, not your doctor. Your doctor is an optional extra. And in fact, I would argue you should probably start out not considering, or understand that whatever they're giving you is about 5% of what is available to you.
So not only all of this, but it's going to be worse for newer doctors, right? Because the system has been corrupted right from the roots, right from the base education that they're going to receive. All of that has been corrupted. So there are a lot of doctors that not only are going to, they have to follow the standard of care, and they've got all of these bureaucratic institutions that are sort of dictating to them the kinds of things they're allowed to do and that they have to appease and, make benchmarks with. But their entire education has been like a soft brainwashing, where they do learn some skills, but the entire trajectory and framework that they've learned is the way to do medicine is the one that's aligned with all of these bureaucracies. So they're the ignorant slave to the system, right? Even if they're well-meaning, a lot of times they just don't even know that what they're talking about is missing such a huge chunk of health, right?
Yeah, and by the time you realize it, you're $300,000 in debt, and you may have a family or whatever, and now you're in a situation where, now what are you going to do? Now, I would argue you should still do the right moral thing, but the percentage of people that are going to walk away from, a decade in education and all of this student debt and everything else, that this is why I say it's easier to fool somebody than convince them that, or to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. But this applies here. Think about what you have to overcome in terms of realizing you've been scammed and you've put all of this time and all of this money into this profession. And chances are you went in with it with the intention of helping people, right? Oh, yeah. So it's not that the doctors had bad intention. They didn't know any better, but it doesn't change the facts on the ground. The interesting thing is how many of these And I even see some of the comments, here where somebody's saying, well, basically medical tourism is great if you're healthy or already wealthy. And that's not true. This is one of the obstacles to overcome, because there's an immediate assumption that it's like, okay, yeah, you may go business class with a companion and stay at a 5-star resort in Thailand and have your entire treatment and aftercare taken care of. And you might think that couldn't possibly be affordable.
It's cheaper than what you do in America.
80% cheaper.
Yeah.
This is how big of so this is why we're getting a lot of interest in this. Like, again, the number of people signing up for this, I think people's eyes are going to be opened, and my eyes were opened at the more research that I've done on this, because
Let me tell you an anecdote.
Yeah.
I've been aware of medical tourism for a long time, 15 years or something, maybe more, maybe 20 years. And it's because, so my mom was Taiwan-born Chinese. She grew up in Taiwan before she moved to the States and met my dad. And so she was sort of dual citizen and would like to go back and visit Taiwan a decent amount of the time. And sort of as she got older and the medical, expense creep was happening in America and the decline in medical care quality happened, she explained to me while I was still in my early mid-20s, she was like, yeah, I'm going to take a trip to Taiwan because I need a medical treatment done. And it's like, I'm going to stay in Taiwan for 2-3 weeks. I'm going to have this full physical taken care of and, all this stuff. And she's like, and it's actually cheaper to buy the round trip ticket, pay for my accommodations, and pay for the medical, procedures and stuff than it is to get the same procedures done here in America. So it's like, even 15, 20 years ago, it was already the case that things were out of hand enough that you could pay less money to fly to another country. Not just any, those are amongst the longest flights you can do, is from the US to Asia, right? You're talking 12, 14, 16 hours on the plane, $1,200 round trip, even 15, 20 years ago. And it's like, yeah. So for that long, medical tourism has been more affordable. And it's not surprising that you say 80% at this point, because, that's just what the medical inflation in the US is about.
It is. And the site has a medical tourism guide that actually shows this. And so for the person in the comments that said it's, only for the wealthy or people who are already healthy, you have to understand the level to which our system is a ripoff and how it works. And it works based on what's called a charge master system, where each hospital has their own hidden price list. So they literally inflate the prices in a way that the prices have nothing to do with the cost of the item, and the variation in pricing from hospital to hospital is off the charts. I mean, we're talking about 2 standards of deviation. I mean, it's just massive how much the difference in price is. But the thing is, you can't price shop because they don't tell you what the pricing is. So you're literally stuck with the bill after the fact, having had no ability to ask upfront how much it costs. In fact, up until 2021, it was illegal for a hospital to tell you the prices. They added a law that said that hospitals need to provide the pricing information, but 95% of these hospitals refuse to, and instead they elect to pay a $300 daily fine. It's a lot cheaper to pay $300 a day when you can charge, as I'm showing here on the website, $37 for a Tylenol that costs 10 cents. This is how much people are getting ripped off. Surgical gloves that cost 75 cents. Hospital charges $53. An MRI scan, $3,500 versus, actual costs, like for instance in Japan, $300. The markup here, the markup on an alcohol swab a hospital can charge as much as $23. The cost is 2 cents. It's 115,000% markup. This is so there are so many misconceptions that people have around how it works. First is that the assumption is one of the myths is that, America leads the world in innovation and R&D, and therefore we're subsidizing the rest of the world. because they have these single payer systems and everything else. No, we're literally ripping people off. We're charging them thousands of times more than the actual, I mean, again, you're seeing this stuff right here. So understand this is how the system works. And it's not a market if you can't see what the price is, you can't price shop, and you're legally bound to pay the bill after the fact. That's not a market. And so when I had my healthcare company, we had like 5 years in a row prior to when we started, which was 2004, double-digit increases. We've had double-digit increases like every year since. So, you know, whatever the scenario was that you were talking about with medical tourism years and years ago, it's only gotten worse. This inflation has only gotten worse. And now, because Medicare and Medicaid control, and the VA controls 47% of healthcare costs, they often don't reimburse. They don't even reimburse the full cost for things, which means the rest of the market has to pick up the slack, or these medical facilities aren't even solvent. So we have a whole system of incentives that are broken at every turn. There's nothing about the underlying model that rewards for outcomes or rewards for being efficient with price. And so it's hard for people to understand that, because we've been drilled. All of the politicians say best healthcare in the world. False. We're 38th.
Yeah. Well, so I met in January. I was at like a little great gathering conference thing in Panama, and one of the speakers was a doctor from Mexico who is one of the world's leading doctors as far as stem cell treatment goes, with mesenchymal stem cells. You know, he gave his whole presentation in Spanish, so I was a little out of my depth, but yeah, that's just one example of one field where someone not in the US is at the top of the field, right? And it's like his clinic is probably on your website. I haven't looked for it, but you know, he operates out of Tijuana and Puerto Vallarta. So, you know, like, that's just one example. And if you actually look, the degree to which that is the case is going to probably shock most people, where the best people in this particular medical specialty don't live in the US and didn't, you know, they're not from the US or anything. You're muted.
That will shock people. And the other thing that will shock people is the extent to which good doctors that are trained here, that go to Harvard or Johns Hopkins or whatever, leave to practice medicine elsewhere because they actually want to be able to treat patients. So again, there are these movies in the 80s where it's like, oh yeah, you know, we show somebody dropped or failed out of medical school here, so they go to like the Bahamas to get, you know, a medical degree there and then become a doctor. And I think that that's the image that people have. Well, if it's in Mexico, it must be, you know, somebody bought a degree online on eBay or whatever, or they're not actually trained, or they don't know what they're doing. And it's like, no, actually, not only to your first point, which is that the best people aren't even necessarily trained in our system or from here, but add to that, some of the best people that we do train here leave. So we are left with the compliant people that in the medical profession that couldn't figure out that they could get out of the system. That's what we are left with.
Well, I think what you were saying about, you know, easier to fool someone than to convince them they've been fooled. You're dealing with a lot of people who are well-meaning 18, 19, whatever year olds going into school deciding, hey, I want to pursue medicine, right? I want to help people in that way. And then they're basically, you know, fooled, taught improperly, and brought their entire education brought forth with this really restricted, cherry-picked curriculum that serves the system. They go into huge debt in order to get this education, and then now they're unleashed and trying to do professional stuff. And it's like, yeah, good luck getting that person to open their eyes to the massive scam that they just spent the last 10 to 12 years of their life on.
Yeah, and originally, I was working on a startup where the idea was, maybe we could create a cash-based system or a crypto-based system with a reputation management system within the United States. And then what I realized, talking to doctors and medical facilities and everything else, is you actually have a situation now where because of the government involvement in healthcare and Medicare and Medicaid and the malpractice insurance and everything, most doctors have to, out of necessity, affiliate with hospitals. And those hospitals have yet another set of rules with respect to even, what type of payment you can take. So even to have an independent medical practice in the United States takes quite an effort, and it's actually difficult to do in a way that is profitable, because you have to deal with all of these other things. You have to deal with claims being denied. You have to deal with, actually, if you do go outside of the hospital system and you're trying to take patients that are, private, then you have to worry about getting paid. There's actually huge cash flow issues in running an independent doctor practice. People are like, oh, you're a doctor, you must be rich. And it's like, it's pretty challenging to have an independent medical practice. So I realized that wasn't viable. And so now at this point, though, and I can tell, again, based on the demand on this topic, because everyone I talk to has had a bad experience, either directly or an immediate family member. I mean, it's one of the easiest conversation starters out there, because there's so much pent up rage about it, to be honest. But once people realize and they get through the hurdles of, oh, wait, it's actually higher quality care. Oh, wait, it is actually cheaper, all inclusive, not just the procedure, the whole thing, the travel, all of it. And the kicker is, you are treated like a consumer, a customer, not this doctor-patient paternalistic relationship, which, by the way, changes everything. So it is like the difference between like a 5-star spa resort versus going to a prison. And that's actually even the attitude of the medical professionals that are delivering that care.
Well, it's not even that. It's like you're in this paternalistic patient situation, but also, and I have avoided doctors in the West for many years at this point, only seeing them when absolutely necessary. And unfortunately, that meant that, last year, towards the end of the year, I did end up in an emergency room situation, which, actually this chiropractor thing that I'm dealing with might help address the root cause of what even caused me to go there. So, but showing up there, I was a little out of sorts, and I'm dealing with emergency room staff. And the entire time, they're just trying to upsell me on stuff. They're trying to be like, oh, yeah, you need to get into a gown, and just, which maybe isn't something that's going to cost me, but that's a psychological thing to put me more in that psychological state of like, oh, I'm here. They kept trying to push an IV when I'm like, I don't need an IV. Like, they're uncomfortable. There's no point, you can just give me water and I'll be fine. I'm not that out of sorts. I'm not that fucked up, but just constantly pushing. And they also ran tests, and like, obviously they did all that stuff without even mentioning what the tests were or what they were for, like what they were even looking for. And it's just the kind of thing that it's like, oh, I see. You guys know you have a captive customer who can't really say no to whatever it is you manage to throw on them as far as a cost goes. And you're just trying to pile on as much as possible. I had one doctor, and again, he was the young doctor, trying to convince me that I needed to stay overnight. And when I was like, I'm not going to do it, he's like, well, you're going to leave against my advisement. You've got to like sign an extra form or whatever to acknowledge that you're leaving against the advice of the doctor. And it's just like, it was a combination of insulting and disgusting and just like, so kind of rip off the mask of what's going on. And really, if I needed any more convincing, that was it, to be like, I just never want to interface with the medical system in the US again.
Yeah, and I think actually most people have had that experience, but the problem is that most people think that they don't have an option. They think that they think that this is it. They're like, well, if I'm lucky, I can get an HSA, and then I can make my own healthcare decisions, which is also a made up scam. And so I'm hoping that what this does is open people's eyes. But I am hoping also to build into this site or one of the other sites. I really want a way for people to be able to share, average people to share their story with the system, because I think we're in a situation right now where everybody has a bad experience, but nobody thinks they have a choice. And a lot of people think that they uniquely have a bad experience and have been gaslit into somehow thinking it's their fault that they had a bad experience. When
if you put up like a place where people can submit testimonials, I mean, on top of the one that I just gave you, I think on a previous stream, I popped up and talked about my experience with, different, like, minor engagements with medical systems outside of the US over the last year. But, I'm definitely happy to contribute stories, even just really small anecdotal ones. But not only do I think this is good as far as opening people's eyes in terms of this particular system and how busted it is, but you also get someone who goes to Thailand for 2 weeks paying 50-80% less for their entire 2-week vacation than it would have cost them just to get the procedure at a lower level of quality in the US. And they're also spending 2 weeks in Thailand, where they're going to interface and interact with locals and the local culture and get this understanding of like, oh, like everything is so much more reasonable here. Like, what did we let happen to the US? Maybe open eyes outside of just because of the experience they have in whatever country they go to, open their eyes about not just how busted the medical system is, but how behind and broken so many things in the US have become.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this is the doorway to all of this, because I think healthcare is probably the biggest area where people think that they don't have a choice. And if you realize, wait, if I have a choice here, then maybe I don't have to be stuck, but kind of what you're saying here in all these others, it gets you to change your thinking. And the whole point of it is you realize that you actually have free will and you actually have control over your choices. That's the part we've been conditioned to believe that we essentially don't have choices. And they're trying to condition us to move even further towards a system where we're not making any decisions. It's all social credit system driven. One of the things, and it's been as I've been doing these podcasts and been doing these research and then doing the Technocracy roundtables, I didn't realize how bad the situation is with this Operation Stargate and with what Palantir is doing. Mm. That should be really alarming. And I'll do more, I hate doing these like 10,000 word articles. People don't want to read a 10,000 word article. And then it's tough to like dissect how, right. One of the things that they're doing in the medical space is you sign these agreements where you think you have HIPAA and you think your information is protected, but then they have these little outs where different medical providers can share de-anonymized information with one another. And the point is you can actually chain together 2 or 3 of these contracts where now all of a sudden, if Oracle puts in what they know, and then OpenAI puts in what they know, and then Palantir puts in what they know, you can deduce the rest. And in essence, that's what's going on. And so they're actively building a system. And again, I like AI. I talk about AI. I absolutely love what Mike Adams is doing. But behind the scenes, what's actually being implemented with AI is kind of the worst case scenario. I talked about this before. United Healthcare is being sued, and it's alleged that now they're using an AI system for claims, and it's rejecting 90% of the claims for people with Medicare Advantage. And when your claim is rejected and you appeal, you're appealing to the AI. So this is the case with United Healthcare. It's also the case with Cigna. And next year, Medicare and Medicaid are going to start using AI. Now, there's one part of this where people are saying, and this is why I think this has been a phenomenal psyop that's worked really well. And I'm very frustrated by it, as I probably communicate often about Mahan and MAGA thinking that it's kind of like buying that Elon Musk, that Doge was about saving money. Doge was about connecting Palantir to the databases at over 12 petabytes of information, and about pushing centralized control moving towards AI. It was not about saving money. And there's this confusion that, well, hey, if we use computers and AI, yes, it could be more efficient. But that's when you dig into what is being pushed. When Trump came out and said a database of Americans, when you see what a database of Americans looks like, when it's Operation Stargate in these other organizations, it's the marrying of information from the Department of Homeland Security with your medical information and everything else. And then when you realize that that's being used in conjunction with Medicare and Medicaid to reduce costs, this is essentially how you get rationing. And they're building in scoring systems. They're doing predictive health and everything else. And so then I started digging into, well, what's going on in medical schools? What are medical school curriculums like? So now you can see how these AMA doctors and everything, now you can see what's being, included in the curriculum. So this is going to be a completely centralized model. I mean, we're talking about one system. They're actually moving to the interconnection of all health records, all medical information, and it's a singular system that's going to be indexing people and determining what care is available. This is the exact opposite of what medical freedom is. And almost no one knows about it. I was at a conference recently. A few people get it, but there's a division brewing between what it means to be MAHA and what it means to be medical freedom. And a lot of the medical freedom people are going to be very upset when they realized how duped they've been.
Unfortunately, a lot of people are still stuck in the mentality of looking for a savior because it's more convenient. I'm going to find the person to throw my support behind that will fix everything for me, and it means that I won't have to do a lot of unpleasant stuff. And I think that's sort of a mentality that exists at scale, and that has to break before we're really going to see any change moving in, because otherwise everyone's going to be like on the one side, you've got Trump derangement syndrome people, right? I think the flip side is you've got the Trump Messiah syndrome people, the people who are like, we did it. Trump's in office. He's the greatest. He's going to fix everything for us. Just trust in Trump and 5D chess and blah, blah, blah. And, there's a bit of that going on with the medical freedom MAHA that you're talking about, where they're like, no, we got our guy in there. Look, he occasionally does some things that he must be in a really big struggle, which, there's some truth to that the system itself, now you get in there, now you've got to try and deal with it. You're actually coming face to face with all these career politics, bureaucracy, snakes hiding in the background that most people never get to see. And the game itself plays differently when you're actually involved in it than it does from the spectator seats. And so there's some of that going on. But I think until people are generally at a point where they know that they're going to have to actually inconvenience themselves and take it upon themselves, which, this goes back to your original thing. It's like everyone's going to have to take it into their own hands. It's on an individual level that we can actually make changes and fix things. And until that is the widespread kind of understanding, we're going to be stuck annoyed at people who are like, why are you walking directly into this obvious trap?
Yep, I agree. And it's going to happen one person at a time. This is why I actually think the power of the testimonial and average people sharing their experiences, not influencers, not celebrities, but if you can actually see someone like you who realized that there was another way, went through this bad experience and then tried this other thing, then maybe you'll start to consider it. And it's not going to happen overnight, although it could happen. I actually think there's the potential for this to go quickly. Just again, I'm only saying this based on, it is without a doubt the most demand that I've gotten on any of these projects that I'm working on. This one, there are a lot of people basically reaching out to me with personal medical kind of emergencies or situations, and they're actively looking for help. There are a lot of people sitting around waiting 30 or 60 days just to get a meeting with a specialist, right? I mean, I don't think we're aware of exactly how it's truly ridiculous how bad the situation is. But this may be the area. This may be where we break it through. And again, it's not going to happen. You know, I can put together all the charts and graphs, and I could write a book and make all these great, you know, logical arguments, but ultimately the better approach is to show people the solution and then let them share their experiences with it. And that really has potential for legs, but it's got to happen fast. This government shutdown helped, I think, in a big way, because we're at a point now, Obamacare subsidies are now part of this. People now are going through open enrollment, and we've even had Stephen on here a couple weeks in a row talking about he got a bill that, you know, his premiums were going to go up $600 a month, which is actually not uncommon at this point. And so now people are looking at this, literally cannot afford this healthcare. And then you have this other perverse situation where it's like, well, you know, you have to pay these high deductibles anyway. So you're either in a position where you're almost incentivized to go way overboard with your medical spending, or you may not utilize enough because it's
right.
It's completely broken. But
I can't afford the insurance, let alone what the insurance is supposed to help me do, because it's like the crappiest level of insurance is already more than I can afford, and the deductible attached to that is more than I intend to spend on medical care, except in the most egregious emergencies in a year anyway. It's like a completely screwed over system. So it's understandable that this topic is getting people, because it's like that saying, like, when you're in good health, you'll have like 99 problems or 100 problems you're trying to deal with. And then when you're in bad health, you have one problem you're trying to deal with.
Yep.
Right. So as soon as people are in a situation where they're like, my health is screwed up, nothing else matters until I can address this. And it's a very human kind of a situation. Hold on. I see someone was saying, like, we know how crappy it is in the US. They'd like to hear about experience of medical tourism. So I mentioned I did have an experience, or have experienced in several countries. I wouldn't call it medical tourism in the sense that I'm not going to this place for medical care because I have some expensive thing that I need to do, but I traveled around the different countries for the first like 7 months of the year. And so specifically, I flew from Thailand to Japan. And when I got to Japan, within a couple days, my ears started to get really painful and basically clearly like some kind of infection that happened on the plane. And so I just, looked around for different urgent cares, especially ones that would deal with an international case, and went in there. I didn't have insurance. I didn't, try to involve insurance at all. Went to what amounts to an urgent care on the weekend. Got in to see the doctor. The doctor did his exam and prescribed 4 different medications, which I then went to a pharmacy. And again, I'm not using insurance at all, and filled all 4 different prescriptions of different antibiotics, eardrops and pills and shit like that. And the total cost of all of that out of pocket with no insurance was like $100 US. Right? I think, you're muted again, Aaron.
$100?
Yeah, $100 to go in on the weekend in an urgent care and fill 4 prescriptions.
Wow. That's got to be about a 99%.
I mean, it was a minor issue, right? But it was not even part of the plan. It was just I happened to be had to look for the care where I was at. But that was it. $100 out of pocket for all of that, no insurance. Right. And so that's exactly what you're talking about with all these different medical tourism things. That was just a very small example of what regular medical care in that system looked like. And if I'd had probably some kind of Japanese insurance or tourist insurance or something like that, it would have been substantially reduced in costs too.
Yeah, that's one thing I was going to say. So I'm going to play a clip. This is from episode 40. It's a combined clip of people and their medical tourism experience, because this might actually help as well.
Hospital prices in Turkey that would send Americans into a coma. I visited a luxury hospital in Turkey, and the prices compared to the US are shocking. Last year I came here for their VIP checkup and met with an internal medicine doctor, cardiologist, ophthalmologist, gynecologist, had a chest x-ray, DEXA scan, abdominal ultrasound, mammogram, echocardiogram, stress test, blood test, and test for cancer markers, all for $1,100. That went so well that we came back and my boyfriend did their 3-day comprehensive checkup package that included meetings with a gastroenterologist, internal medicine doctor, cardiologist, neurologist, urologist, cranial MRI, thorax CT scan, abdominal ultrasound, echocardiogram, stress test, colonoscopy, upper endoscopy, colon and stomach biopsy, and had blood tests that checked for 42 biomarkers and 6 cancer markers, all for $3,750. Doing that in the US would have cost us like 30 grand.
Why are people flying all the way to places like Thailand just to visit the dentist? Well, today I'm here for a checkup in Bangkok and I'm going to show you exactly why. So I'm at the BDMS Wellness Clinic here in Bangkok. I was actually pretty surprised at how extravagant this place was. They even had a dinosaur from Isan, the Siamosaurus. So it's actually been a while since I visited the dentist, so I made an appointment for a service called the full mouth rehabilitation.
For whoever have to restore all of their teeth, they have the crowns, I have a decay, or they have like a worn dentition.
I've had some tooth pain recently, so we started off by doing a high-tech scan to search for any problems. And this scan is not just about fixing teeth, but it's also to restore your bite and overall tooth health. And it turned out I just needed braces. But it's pretty crazy what they do here. I think it's the only dentist in Asia that can make a crown in one day. You can even see it happening in this little room in one of the hallways. But as a regular coffee drinker, I was referred for a tooth cleaning session, which by the way, was also state of the art. Probably the most comfortable cleaning I've had. There's no horrible injections and you get to watch this Zen TV. And just look at those pearly whites. Absolutely world-class service at this clinic. And if you do need to fix your smile, whether it's veneers, crowns or implants, check out the full mouth rehab. Follow for more Thailand content, baby.
I've been on dialysis for about a year. My daughter said, "I'll give you a kidney."
Nobody would do it. United States won't do this. And
They were afraid.
just because past cancer, I felt like this is the last chance. I researched and found medical tourism. Best place to come was India. If you research it online, it's like, say it's dangerous. I never once felt that here. Felt secure here. Everybody's so kind.
The doctors and the team were right on top of everything. By the time I got to surgery, I felt like I was at home. They gave me my daughter's kidney, and I started walking yesterday.
Ever wondered how Mexico's healthcare system compares to other countries? Let's break it down. Here are the key differences you need to know. Cost. Medical treatments in Mexico can be up to 80% cheaper than in the US, making it a top destination for medical tourism. Public and private blend. Mexico offers both public and private healthcare, but only about half of the population has full coverage. Quality of care. Some hospitals in Mexico are JCI accredited, matching international standards, but public hospitals can face resource shortages. Access. Unlike Canada or Europe, Mexico doesn't have universal healthcare, but it's working on expanding coverage. Medical tourism. Mexico is a global leader in medical tourism, offering affordable and high-quality care for international patients. Interested in learning more about global healthcare differences? Please like, follow, and subscribe for more insights.
So there you go. I mean, that's just there are tons of other clips that I could pull together. And when you look at them, these facilities, and actually the facilities we're launching with are 518. They're JCI accredited, which is a high standard. It's the standard that, Johns Hopkins and the Mayo Clinic and others. There are others that we're going to add to the system, but I want to vet these, well. I don't want people having. There are bad horror stories about medical tourism. I'm picking the facilities that we know that's not an issue, and I'm actually working with some people that know quite a bit and have direct. I actually just talked to a doctor a couple weeks ago who is going to help me review this because he said that he's had some people referred that had bad experiences with medical tourism, so he's going to help me vet the list further, and we're going to continue to collect more information on this. But what you saw in those clips in Turkey and in Thailand, you saw it. It's like a luxury resort. Again, it's still cheaper, but you're treated like an actual consumer instead of this paternalistic relationship. And there are countless stories about this. The website that we have has all the information about this, which countries to go to for which procedures. And again, it's not just cosmetic, it's everything. Complex. There's a place in India with a Harvard trained doctor that does heart bypass surgery for $2,000 and has better treatment outcomes than the Mayo Clinic. So it is going to be eye-opening for people that have this disconnect and this belief that our system is the best in the world and that it's cost-effective.
Yeah. The one thing that the US had going for it medically that sort of probably built that reputation was the sort of cutting edge experimental procedures and treatments. And my instinct is that over the last 20 years, that advantage has diminished and maybe even completely vanished, because so much of the government interference and regulation and the dictates of the education and medical system itself have sort of handcuffed American doctors who might otherwise be pioneering treatments to no longer do that kind of thing.
Well, yeah, again, the doctor has to follow the standard of care. And then what the FDA approves is also dictated by big pharma. And then there are all these other kind of woke criteria that have gone into like which kinds of drugs get fast tracked. So there's an entire incentive system built into what kinds of drugs can, because it costs like $1 billion or $2 billion to get a drug through the FDA normal approval process. And so what's happened is you have biotech companies that are, instead of working on cancer or working on some of the larger issues because of the time and the risk involved, they're picking these niche diseases where they can get FDA fast track approval. And then because it's such a small market, they're charging like $100,000 for the treatment. I mean, I could go into, and I will over multiple podcasts, several areas of this where you can see the breakdown of where it's all broken. Like every aspect of the system is broken. Leah says, requiring digital ID to fly is a major future problem I see when flying elsewhere. I mean, this is why I talked about Technocracy and why we launched the Technocracy site. You have to understand Technocracy to understand what is going on with all of these systems, whether it's the financial markets, the healthcare system, with money itself. It is ideological, and it is a movement towards a complete centralized system that is controlled by technocrats and actually now AI increasingly. And we have to defeat that. We can't actually hide from it. A lot of people like it, when you understand that it is global in nature. The whole point of Technocracy is it's no one left behind. But I mean, in other words, they're not open to having compatible systems. When you look at UN Agenda 2030 and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, they're talking about regulating the land, the air, and the sea. They're every asset on Earth. It's so we have to actually not just stop technocracy. We need to take a creative approach. We need to stop being in survival and figuring out, well, you know, how can we get beaten less every day, and start thinking about how can we actually create something better, because there are options out there that are better. So as to the question about digital ID, sure, it's a problem, but it's a problem in the US. I mean, we have a problem, you know, again, 60% of people already have a real ID. By 2027, the mandate is for this to be completely digital and fully, everybody has to be compliant here. So this is a race against time. But you know what? If you, imagine what would happen if you had a mass exodus where people are like, you know what? I think Craig was on here, was it last week? And he said something like, what is it? The average family pays $27,000 for health insurance now. It's completely unaffordable. And so if you all of a sudden had a situation where people were just saying, I'm opting out of insurance, I'm shutting this down, and they started moving to this, first of all, the system is already almost bankrupt. And you have to understand the system is so bad that states have something called a certificate of need, which basically is a way for existing hospitals to keep out competition. You have to prove to the existing players, the existing hospitals, that there's enough demand to accommodate your new hospital without economically damaging or devastating them, right? This is the kind of system that we have. The upshot of that, though, is if 5% of people decided to use medical tourism, the entire system would collapse, completely collapse. So this is a speed game. I'm not even kidding about that. We get this marketplace launched. If we can get virality and get a lot of people, this I think can have a major impact, because this healthcare issue was the large part of this government shutdown. This is the whole shooting match. And once you realize that what they're going to replace it with, they already know it's going to collapse. People talk about $38 trillion in debt as being the problem. We have over $100 trillion in unfunded medical liabilities. Do you know how you address $100 trillion of unfunded medical liabilities? You put in AI and you do rationing. That is what operations do. What?
You declare bankruptcy. That's how you deal with $100 trillion of unfunded liability.
Yeah, exactly. But this is what they're building behind the scenes. So people are like, oh yeah, well, the COVID shot's not mandated anymore. See, we're winning. And it's like, we're losing medical freedom at the fastest rate we've ever lost medical freedom in this country right now. And by the way, and I know the medical freedom community, and I know people that have good intentions that think that we're winning. And it's kind of like you were saying here. The problem with this is people don't want to admit they're fooled. We don't have a lot of time. And I haven't figured out a particularly compelling way to nudge them into it, because there's not enough time to nudge. It's kind of like, all right, they're building the AI surveillance system. Medicare and Medicaid's going to start rolling it out next year, right? So there's not maybe they'll come around to learning about this. This is one of these situations where they're now actively being complicit in supporting the technocracy by not opposing it. And by basically saying, well, we trust Bobby, we trust the plan. Yeah, it's a very challenging situation.
So as far as digital ID goes, also, it's sort of like you're saying, we need to be creative rather than just try to survive things. So in some sense, digital ID itself as a concept is not necessarily the villain, because there are some real upsides to a digital ID that, and in many ways, it's the kind of thing that's sort of inevitable. It will eventually be implemented. It's just a matter of who controls that implementation. And that's where it gets dystopian. That's where it gets really effed up, is because the path we're on right now, it is a centralized government tool control system, rather than something where it's kind of built and open sourced and controlled by the masses, right? Where we can collectively mediate how it gets deployed and implemented and where it's used. But so as far as upsides go, you talk like crypto and blockchains have a lot of potential. It's important to maybe first get them involved in transaction to build out that secondary parallel rail of where we can transact with each other outside that centralized fiat system that is it's in its death spiral kind of all around the world. But you could do other things. You can create small scale governance protocols for a corporation that you want to build. You can create ways to evenly distribute things to whatever population on again, not centrally controlled, not government controlled, but us deciding I'm making this thing and I want to make sure everyone gets their piece. But one of the problems in the digital world that really does require a solution in some sense is well, if it's in digital, one person can create an infinite number or a nearly countless number of different personas, right? One person can go in and take every single offering that your company creates and leave the rest of the population with nothing, right? Or one person, if you're trying to give out some token so that they can come get a free coupon at your business and trade this token that you distribute digitally, and then you can use it as a coupon to push your product and get some distribution. Well, one person can get thousands of those tokens and then basically just come in and take all of your product. And so being able to create a unique identifier such that you don't kind of have one person with the ability, like, and right now we have bot swarms in online media spaces, which are a huge problem, because, like, well, which ones of these are real people? Which ones of these are Chinese bot swarms leveraging Chat GPT to completely pollute the discourse? Well, if there was some sort of a unique identifying thing that's like, well, this is a human, that's it. And then if you can't make bots on that particular chat app because you need one of these unique identifiers. Well, these are the kinds of things where there's an upside to digital ID. It's just about who's creating the digital ID, who's controlling the digital ID. And right now we're on a terrible path with that thing. Right now, we don't have any solutions out there for this problem that are actually kind of decentralized and in the hands of the public and the populace. They're all being produced and controlled and rolled out by these centralized, authoritarian, like power-hungry organizations.
Well, they are, but more importantly, once you dig into the technocracy behind it, you understand that it's actually coordinated. So these 17 countries that just rolled out the digital ID are using the exact same technology, the same 4 vendors. They're using the same PR firm to market it to the citizens. This is why understanding technocracy is important, because you understand that this isn't, it's kind of like with CBDCs. People are like, oh, well, they're going to use XRP and everything else. It's like, no. Track what is actually going on with the Bank of International Settlements. Look at who's actually building this. They are meeting to coordinate this. It is a global ideological movement towards one government. And yes, there are some uses, although I could tell you could come up with a tokenization system where you could, work around the issue of somebody taking all the tokens and eating all of it. There are different safeguards and different solutions, but there is no government system being worked on for digital ID that is concerned with protecting the things that you're talking about, because there is an actual coordinated plan that moves everything towards a global system. There's I've shown it several times. There's a world government conference that meets every year. When you track what the WEF is doing with the Bank of International Settlements and the Club of Rome and the Trilateral Commission and the Council on Foreign Relations, which is, by the way, part of what we're going to map with this Technocracy Atlas. The point of this is not to just speculate about this. Patrick Wood has been collecting the members of the Trilateral Commission for 45 years. He has it in a database. When I wrote my book, I'm like, hey, do you happen to know who is a part of that? And he sent me a PDF with all of the current 400 and something members divided up by the US, Europe, and Japan. Well, that was great information, but no one knows this. So he has a database of this information going back for 45 years. You take that, you marry all of this other stuff, and then you can show people what's going on, because it isn't a bunch of independent countries where people are democratically elected, where they're going to pick a technology solution that safeguards people's privacy and individual rights. That's a fiction, right? More of what you get. In fact, just on the digital ID issue, you have Tony Blair and the Tony Blair Institute consulting 40 countries on digital ID. So while it is possible to have a digital ID system, you have to understand that actively the large governments of the world and the largest countries by GDP are actually colluding to move towards a global integrated system. It's a fact. And so there's no hope that you're going to influence that system. This is why we need to build parallel systems for all of these things. But yeah, you could have an ID system that is private and decentralized and so forth, but you would have to build it outside of what these governments are using. And the idea that you could influence governments to adopt the right technology, I don't think is feasible at all based on the stuff that I've looked at. But this same is true with digital currency. Digital currencies, privacy coins are great. CBDCs and regulated stable coins are dystopian. AI could be great and powerful, or it could be a system. I heard somebody gave a speech where they said, their view of AI was negative about AI. And they said, well, AI is bad. It's basically going to take away our own independent thought. And we're going to go from controlling the remote control to being the TV, which I thought was a great analogy. And it is true if you're using Chat GPT or you're using Grok or whatever, and your relationship with the AI is, I'm going to ask it a question, and then I'm going to just assume without thinking that the answers that it gives me are true, and I'm just going to follow that without thinking about it. Alternatively, you could use AI where I'm going to build my own data sets, my own databases, which are increasingly easy to do, to take information and scrape it in, put it into a database, into a vector database, and then access that through a chatbot. And you can pick a chatbot that is unbiased, that is censorship resistant, that's then calling your own data. So it's basically an ability to speak to your own library uncensored. That's incredibly powerful, right? The same is true with ID. There are ID solutions, but that's not on the table anywhere, right? No one is talking about that. And whoever would be trying to introduce that from a policy perspective would be completely shut down. But again, we can build alternative systems though with alternative ID systems as well.
I don't disagree with a single thing you just said. I wasn't suggesting that any of the stuff that's happening already, in fact, quite the opposite. Everything that's going on in the digital ID space right now is alarmingly bad. But that doesn't mean that the very concept itself is DOA. It's just that we're nowhere near or on the path of doing something in the digital ID space that is a good approach to that solution, right? Or is a good approach to that particular technology or object or whatever we want to call it.
But you bring up a good point, and we actually that's an area. Now, I mean, I put on the Freedom Forge site the idea. So Zano has what are called aliases. So I mean, I have the @Aaron alias, so you can send me Zano or tokens on Zano, and that can be used to log into things like Matrix, log into websites, and so forth. But you're right. I mean, people could duplicate that, but it is an identity system.
It's not just that people could duplicate that; it's that you can have multiple Zano addresses in addition to Aaron, right? It's like, yeah, you've got Aaron, but you could also have 5 that are just some string of digits sitting on the side that also through different avenues are getting people to send them stuff. There's nothing that limits how many accounts I can create and use to access whatever thing I want to.
No, but you could set up different rules. I mean, obviously, if you're buying a product and it's shipped somewhere, I mean, to what degree does it make sense to go and have 5,000 products shipped to 5,000 different addresses to make up? There are certain things that you could do to work around that. Another thing you could do is you can implement reputation management systems as well, which can help in that regard. It's not going to remove all of it, but there are some. We should spend more time looking for those kinds of innovations. And I have to admit, I've spent less time on digital ID than I have money and healthcare stuff. But I want to say, so the medical tourism thing is great because people are sick largely because they followed nutrition advice and we've been poisoned. I mean, this is truthfully when you dig into it. I think there's another aspect of this. I don't know if it's part of the OSARA site or whatever, but even looking at what Mike Adams has done, I've thought about putting together a practitioner site where people can share their own experiences. People have their own, personal knowledge about how they've tried to deal with certain conditions. And we have a system that prevents people from interacting with each other and sharing that kind of information. But I do want to say, so I did take my genetic information and I put it into Mike's AI. And my wife knows everything about this. Like she's been way ahead of this stuff for years. And so she's been able to track that, she needs this type of supplement because she can't metabolize this form of, this vitamin or whatever it happens to be. Or you realize there's something that prevents you from absorbing vitamin D, which is important for your immune system and everything else. And so I put this stuff this morning into Enoch, and it's like, oh, okay, wow, I didn't realize this. This explains a lot. It explains, my predisposition to weight issues and everything else, and gave a whole bunch of interesting facts and things that I need to do with supplements and things that I can do to actually improve my metabolic flexibility. No drugs or no treatment. This is just based on my actual genetics. Here are supplements I should take, and here are foods I should take. Here are some things that I'm likely to be allergic to that are going to create inflammation, etc. I'm able to do this and all I did was like, I said, analyze this, and I pasted my mitochondrial genome into the thing, and then it spat out this answer. So there is so much that we can change with nutrition or diet. And even, wearing these glasses is actually critical based on my, kind of issues with dopamine and everything else. Blue light is bad. I mean, I have a lot of lights here and I got a lot of screens and everything else. Like this is really therapeutic, actually having these glasses.
Blue light blocking glasses is nice. I have mine are clear. They do a reduction on blue light that's not like a total blockage or color block kind of a thing. It's more like a polarization frequency blocking kind of a thing. But I've tested it with a little like blue laser, like blue laser pointer, where if I shine the blue laser pointer through one of the lenses on my glasses, it's reduced by like 90% intensity. You're muted again.
So this is big, and when you start looking into what blue light does in terms of your insulin levels and a whole variety of things, it's a big deal. So you realize, and again, it turns out that it's stuff that you then kind of feel a little bit stupid. Oh, wait a minute, if I got up when the sun rises, if I actually get sunlight, if I block some of the blue light, it turns out that it's like 10 things that you can do that don't cost any money.
Yeah,
that will prevent you from having to even use a lot of these medical tours. Again, it doesn't take care of everything, but I think it's 70 to 80% of our medical costs in this country are avoidable by changing their chronic disease states that can be adjusted by lifestyle. Now, when you augment that with the ability to use Mike's thing with your own specific genome, then you'll find, oh, I have this issue. I need this form of vitamin B. I have a vitamin B12 deficiency, but I need to use this specific type of vitamin B12 or my body won't metabolize it properly. This is important information, right? And I will tell you.
Sorry, how exactly did you get your genome information? I'm a little leery of doing any of the services that are easily findable and letting them have my genetic.
Well, so I actually said this was the idiotic thing. When 23andMe came out, I was idiotic. This was before I was kind of fully aware of how evil big tech was. I actually jumped on really early in 23andMe. So yeah, the bad news is they've got my genetic information, and there's really nothing I can do about that. But having that information, I rather than just
I mean, you can do something good with it yourself, and that's great.
I can do something good with it myself. Now, with that said, I'm sure there will be other decentralized options that emerge for doing this kind of testing, because doing this kind of genetic testing now is less certainly expensive than it was. So all of these, by the way, are opportunities. There are opportunities for, even doing the video clip that I played from Turkey. I've actually watched some of this. By the way, some of these medical facilities, they look like they're living in the Jetsons era and like we're in the Flintstones era. And again, this is the disconnect about us thinking we're leading in innovation. I mean, this stuff is like, it's incredible. Diagnostic technology, but the terms of the deal are they don't share your information. They don't have, when you go to these medical facilities, you're not complying with the laws that we have in the US, which are designed they're designed to protect the system and the government, not your individual information. So I'll look into it, obviously, as we build out the site, but I know you can get, blood testing, you can get full workups like was shown in that video to collect that information. And so that's going to be a better option. Unfortunately, like I said, I already made the bad decision, but I'm going to make the best of where I am with it.
I was thinking of going to do blood work and get a whole, panel of whatever done through a US clinic here in Texas that uses Quest Diagnostics. I guess I better deep dive into their agreements to see how much they do data retention and data sharing.
I would really. So when I had my healthcare company, I actually met with with Quest. They were interested in acquiring us, and at Quest and LabCorp both. And I went to, where were they? They're like Oklahoma, or they're somewhere in the Midwest. It's not Oklahoma. I actually went to their main headquarters, where they showed where all the samples go and all the different, so it's a very centralized, massive facility with people that's kind of like broken up. And here are the people that are doing like HIV tests. These are people that are doing this. It was quite a production, but I would be very careful. When I do the Own Nothing site, I'm sure I'll take the Quest Diagnostics agreement. My guess is that there's a way for them to work with other healthcare institutions, and in 2 hops, somebody that you don't want to have your information has your information. So I wouldn't use any of them. And I've avoided that. I've actually avoided doing a lot of the diagnostic testing, waiting for some solutions that are outside of the system, having seen what goes on within the system.
Right. It's one of those things where I'm currently on sort of a, let's spend some time trying to get my health really on point kind of a mentality. I'm doing a lot of angles that are sort of in my control, but that blood work thing of just seeing what are my nutrient levels, what are my hormone levels, that sort of thing, to get an idea of like, well, okay, if I'm going to supplement, instead of just grabbing the supplements that, I don't necessarily know if I need, or like target it a little bit better. But it's not, I hadn't even considered the data sharing angle, but now I've really probably got to look into it and think about it.
I would definitely look at the data sharing angle. I had a healthcare company, and I remember, and I've mentioned this before, we had click wrap agreements. One of the things that helped our company shave 18 months off of our sales cycles by doing click wrap agreements. But we then had to include HIPAA. So it was like a 30-page agreement, and we were running an incentive-based weight management program for corporations. We had a 30-page click wrap agreement. So having dealt with from within this, but here's something to consider though. So HIPAA, I'm just doing a search on this. HIPAA does not prevent government programs like Medicare or Medicaid from accessing your health information. This is all you need to know, because the actual entity we all should be concerned about having our healthcare information, we don't have any protection there.
Yeah.
And this is all moving towards this AI, because again, then everybody's on Medicare, Medicaid, and everything else. We have no protection. We have actually zero protection. HIPAA just gums up the works. So, actually, I'm going to let me see if I can get a specific response. Quest Diagnostic info. Is it?
I've been going down the rabbit hole on chlorine dioxide solution lately for the last few days. Just popped up on my radar. So obviously there's a lot more to learn there, but it's another one of those, I see people talking about DMSO in the chat. It's sort of one of those things where it has this, it's been suppressed narrative going on about it. So caught my interest.
Well, yeah, anything that could actually help that couldn't be patented is suppressed.
Yeah.
So I just said, no, information from Quest Diagnostics is not concealed from the government. As a covered entity under HIPAA, Quest protects personal health information, lab test results, but must disclose it in certain situations, including to government entities for permitted purposes like payment, oversight, public health, or as required by law. Again, HIPAA destroys everything. Yeah. And if the government can have access to, and again, let's look at this, again, permitted for the purpose of, this is not even the complete list, payment, oversight, public health, or is required by law. That is a catch-all for anything.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's a bummer.
It is a bummer. And again, this is, as I do these podcasts, I'm going to be doing a lot more healthcare focused podcasts, but that go into these kinds of areas, because once the Own Nothing site, the first place that I'm starting is just by aggregating all of the package inserts and all of the terms and conditions for the package inserts that we are bound to even though we don't even sign a click wrap agreement. This is where I'm starting my journey in explaining how healthcare works. But I'm going to go through every aspect. I'm going to go through HIPAA. I'll go through these diagnostics treatments. I'll go through insurers and everything else. And by the end, if I can simplify the presentation of it, people are going to be horrified. And it's going to make it so easy. What they're building with Operation Stargate, again, they're going to be able to pull this information in, because if Palantir is a government, it fits in under a covered entity through some other relationship, then they have the ability to get access to your healthcare records. Then they have the ability to get access to all of this other information. And the way Larry Ellison is pitching this is that this is going to, of course, save everybody, and we're going to have personalized medicine. But I mean, you have to be kind of foolish, I think.
Yeah. Actually, this is making me realize that I probably already fell into that same trap you did with 23andMe, in that I have had my genetics run by, the hospital, by my general practitioner for a genetic screening for cancer predisposition genetic mutations.
Yep.
So it's probably too late for me on that front already, huh?
It's probably too late on that front. But again, if it's only problematic if you're dependent on solely using their system for healthcare. If you're already not using what they have and you're working outside of it, then yeah, they have data on you, but you're not like dependent on that. You're not in a situation where, well, this is the only medical option treatment that I have, and they have determined that I'm not worthy of medical treatment, and therefore I'm out of luck. This is why we start moving to these alternative systems now. But it is daunting, and we do have to move quickly, and it is complicated and so forth. But by the way, obviously, if I can take my 23andMe and just load it into Mike's free AI on my own computer, what do you think Palantir can do?
Right. Yeah, I wonder if I can contact the hospital and get a copy of the genetics screening on a detailed level, so I can at least put it into the AI and see what it has to say.
Well, that will be interesting. This is the telling thing. And by the way, when we go to do testimonials, this will be another part of it as well. Have testimonials of people explaining the difficulty that they've had getting their own information out of the system.
Yeah.
Again, I do get a little worked up about the level of gaslighting and the amount of propaganda that politicians use when they talk about healthcare and when they talk about these things. Talking about HIPAA protecting your health information is like listening to a congressman talk about how the Genius Act is going to protect your financial privacy. So now, again, I could talk about these things, and I will do, because I like trying to figure out how this stuff works. Because when I figured it out when I was doing my startup, I'm like, wow, why? I don't know if I like it, because every time the deeper I go, I've never been like positively surprised. And I'm going to put this information out, but again, hopefully what that'll do is get people to come forward with individual cases. And if, again, millions of people could come forward, right? I mean, this is not a small issue. This affects everyone. Everyone should probably have a grievance. Unless you're young and have never interacted with the healthcare system, you've had a bad experience with our medical system.
True.
Or let me say this to anybody, even in the comments or in the audience, have you, is there anybody out there that's never had a bad experience with the healthcare system? I'm not saying that every experience you've had has been bad, but is there anyone out there that's just had a great experience the whole way through?
There's probably a lot of people who think they've had great experiences the whole way through because they don't have the frame of reference to realize how bad some things are.
That's true. But this will be ideological. I can see people sharing clips because again, then your mother, your sister, your friend or whatever gets a particular condition, and then you can share, well, here's somebody else's experience with our system, and here's this alternative system. To me, this is very shareable content. Now, of course, I'm going to have to host it myself, and this is the kind of stuff. This is why I'm pushing people to go to the AaronDayShow.com and to these sites that I create directly, because this stuff's going to get blocked. And, you know, it's the kind of thing as well. Watch for this. You will see insurance companies and hospitals try to sue people over defamation and sue people to get a gag order on releasing their own information, to which, by the way, at this point in time in my life, I will publicize that, and we will then make that the deal. This is the way you break all of this stuff down. Not only is what they're doing bad, but the way that they're going to try to cover it up is going to make it much worse. And I'm fully anticipating that. This is why, again, I have a nonprofit. This site doesn't even have a revenue model. So there's no, you know, there's nothing for them to take. There's no financial win on this. This is just truly getting the truth out there. But it's going to have to go fast. So I'm hoping that we get traction. I'm hoping that the content is shareable and that it makes some noise. But I was at a conference recently, and when I talked about this, and then I was able to show the site, and I've even talked to some people that were that retired from the medical profession and everything else. And I'll tell you that even older people that were doctors, they're ashamed of what their profession became.
Oh yeah.
Truly, they're embarrassed by it. And a lot of them would actually like to help amplify the message. I think it'll be interesting to see, but there needs to be that tipping point. It's kind of like we saw what happened with all the COVID doctors that got canceled. How, you know, look at how few were willing to step up, and look at the cost that they paid. It's amazing.
They're still paying that cost too.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, you know, like their reputations are still getting attacked in all kinds of the more mainstream discourses, like every time an opportunity presents itself.
Yep. And again, what is it? $4 trillion? It's a lot of money at stake.
Yeah.
And these people will go to great lengths to protect what has been a multi-generational fraud, frankly. I mean, the fact that it's even gotten to this point, the fact that they can get to a point where, you know, I call it organized incompetence, but I mean, they put in a system where, you know, I don't think there are any nurses that are like, oh yeah, I'm, you know, I got into being a nurse so that I could deliver a bioweapon for a death cult. I don't know anybody like that, but they set it up where it's like, okay, well, here's my training, here's my certification. The doctors that I work for, they must know more than me. And then the certification boards above them must know more than them because they've been doing medicine for a long time, right? It would never occur to anybody that the whole thing is a scam. And then it's easy to call people conspiracies for calling it out, because how could so many people be duped by this for so long?
There's also the structure itself lends a whole like plausible shifting of responsibility, right? Like, yeah, I didn't get into this to inject bioweapons into people, but at the same time, even as they do it and they learn what's going on, there's a psychological game at play here where it's like, well, I didn't have a choice. It wasn't my decision. This was coming from, you know, my bosses and my boss's bosses and all of these other institutions. It's just like I was just doing my job, bro. Right?
I was just following orders.
Yeah, and it's like you 10 layers deep of that. You can basically have any kind of corruption you can imagine.
Yeah, we do have comments here. Midwestern Doctor Substack has done extensive research on DMSO. It's my miracle drug, good for virtually everything.
Yeah, so, DMSO is legit. I mean, I have not used it extensively, but Midwestern Doctor has written a lot of good stuff on it for sure. It has my interest. I have a pure 99.99% bottle of DMSO, you know, sitting in my cupboard, kind of a deal.
Yep, I'm asking Enoch behind the scenes here what it has to say about DMSO. Justin says, I loved paying $700 for a tube gauze application for a sliced finger. Yeah, this is, I mean, again, and by the way, there's nothing you can do about it. You couldn't have found out the price beforehand. If you asked, they wouldn't have told you. There's no way you could have shopped pricing. What do you do with that? Like the amount of outrage. And by the way, Justin's probably like, wow, this is ridiculous, but this must be a fluke. This is like everywhere. And what if everybody took their $700 for a tube gauze application story and shared it? It's absurd. Like it really, like imagine the memes that you could have on this. I mean, you'd have millions of memes about how completely fraudulent and corrupt the medical system is. And it's not hard to understand this. It's not hard to understand getting charged $35 for a 10-cent Tylenol. This doesn't require a lot of complexity. People are getting ripped off. And then what you have is people sharing pricing. Now, all of a sudden, we can crowdsource a database about how things actually cost, because the hospital can't tell you in advance, but why can't but you can share what it cost after the fact. Well, how long would it take if you had an interface to make it easy for people to submit that information and display that information before people understood what was going on? And again, this doesn't require a lot of complexity. This doesn't even require making a moral or philosophical argument. Somebody paid $7,000 over here for something somebody paid $80 over here. It's outrage because you didn't have a choice and you couldn't have known about it in advance. So again, I'm hopeful. It doesn't take a lot of people either. I know a lot of people are like, well, that's a daunting task. Everything starts with a small number of people. And I'll go back to, this is why Roger, Ian, and Roman were targeted, because it's known that so few people actually take action, and that the effect if they do take action. If you know one guy, if Roger can onboard this many people to Bitcoin and Ian can onboard this many people, and then that domino meme of, here's this small thing, and it's like, Roger Ver listens to Ian Freeman on Free Talk Live, and then boom, you have a multi-trillion-dollar asset and the potential for peer-to-peer digital cash. We'll not talk about the hijacking aspect of it, but that's how important just being one person standing up can do. And so this is an issue that, again, if everybody stood up, then even if they tried to fight you on it, I'm at the point now with the activism, the stuff I've done in my life, to just show the absurdity of the agreements, show the absurdity of the lawsuits, show the absurdity of the court process. But did you ever see that movie, The Insider, about the tobacco?
That one I've never seen.
It's an interesting movie. It's about the guy that blew the whistle on one of the tobacco companies, and the whole dynamic. One guy and what they did, threatened him and pushed him into a situation where he got divorced, then tried to then the only way the guy could earn a living was by being a public school teacher, and then they tried to engineer a scandal with that to get him fired, and then he was under constant surveillance. They were threatening him, the whole 9 yards. He went to 60 Minutes, and 60 Minutes had recorded the interview with him, and then they decided to pull it at the last minute because they were threatened with a lawsuit. And, in the end, it ended up, after a long series of events, getting out. And then we saw the testimony where, you have all of the heads of the tobacco companies raising their hand, swearing in to testify. But, whether or not, whatever, I'm sure it didn't, that sounds great. It sure didn't have a really good story if you dug into what else ended up happening. But the point is, that's just one guy who was able to pull that off. But that's what he went through the system. He went through, I think it was, what was the, one of the top 60 Minutes guys threatened to quit over it. It was a big ordeal, but this stuff happens all the time because the same owners of big media own the big pharma companies. And so stuff gets squashed. That's why those video clips of the news readers reading the same thing, regardless of whether it's a Fox affiliated, ABC affiliated, or whatever, it's like they're reading a script. It's a coordinated script everywhere from the top down.
The little montage clips. Every time I show that to someone, it weirds them out, but I can see, I can kind of watch on their face the little budding expressions of horror, and maybe a little bit of what are the implications of the fact that this is happening kind of start to show up. And then it's like the fog rolls in and they're back to sort of sleepwalking.
Yeah, again, and I don't blame them. I mean, again, we've all been indoctrinated, and I think that those of us that woke up early were probably just attacked sooner in the system and in the process. So I try to be forgiving about it, but at the same time also understanding that this digital prison is 18 to 24 months away. So there's I don't know how to balance that and then without coming off as being a tinfoil hat. So yeah,
I appreciate the kind of advocacy and all the stuff that you're building, and I will take advantage of it and share it with people as I can. But in many cases, what my personal take is largely like, most of these people won't wake up until it's too late. And so instead of, for me personally, it's just because my resources are limited and I'm in a different sort of phase and place in life than you. And so my approach is more like, what can I build that lets me be resilient in a way that I can share that with other people if and when the time comes, so that when people that I actually care about enough that I would really try to shake them awake, except that that's just not going to work. If the situation comes to a point where they're really like hit with it, shaken awake by the system itself, kind of slamming the bars down in whatever way possible, can I have something built in a way that I can bring them into it?
Yep. Well, that makes sense. I mean, that's the way to go. And if a lot of individual people doing that is the way out, right? That's the way to do it. So thank you for doing that. I'm just was going to say, Mike's AI on DMSO, condition neurodegenerative diseases, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, topical DMSO to disrupt amyloid fibrils and tau proteins, may enhance dopamine, neuron survival, viral infections, DMSO-based nasal sprays or nebulizers for viral envelope disruption, muscle soreness, arthritis, cancer. So yeah, there you go. Mike's, not surprisingly, Mike has good information on DMSO.
Yeah, that Substack, a Midwestern doctor's Substack, is, generally solid information, valuable source of learning about good new things or things that are being suppressed. Plenty of articles about just how long the vaccine grift has kind of gone on and just how deep that rabbit hole goes. And if you're a reader of Substack and you take advantage of that site, that's definitely one of the accounts to follow. I've just followed, so I will check that out and probably scrape all the articles and put it into an AI. There you go. Yeah, and that's then the thing is, I bet the kind of AI like the Enoch approach, where you're trying to create these specialized, uncensored tools that anyone can use that aren't centrally controlled. That's sort of exactly what that person, I don't even know if it's he or she, right? They use a pseudonym, but they're like personal friends with Pierre Corey, is sort of how I learned about that Substack. Yep. So Pierre Corey is basically like, yeah, this is my friend. They're a doctor, but they use a pseudonym because they don't want to go through what I've gone through. Like they've got to protect some amount of their personal. So Yep. No, exactly. So, well, I've followed it, and so yeah, this is great. And this kind of information, again, is people find. But as you said, when you're sick, you only have one problem, and so people at that point are open to alternatives, and hopefully some of these tools that we create, if we get enough of this out there, I'm going to continue to promote. I keep on calling it Enoch. It's BrightU.ai. I'm going to keep promoting that every episode, every email. To me, it's as important, or if not more so, than having self-custody crypto. If you get this on your computer, and now I can pull this up, all the stuff that I just pulled you up. If my internet is shut down, I still have access to this information. This is why I have some optimism about this. I think Mike doing this when he first told me about the AI, and then he launched it, I'm like, hey, are you going to make a self-custody version? And then 45 days later or whatever, he released it. The thing about the technocrats is they are aligned in the creation of a single global system. What they are not aligned with is who's going to own it. Yeah. And the thing about Silicon Valley is that, unfortunately, having dealt with it, but you can read about what Peter Thiel says and everything else. They have it's a winner take all attitude. So in the .com world, some people say it was a bust, but it wasn't a bust because the most powerful companies in the world came out of it. Yes, there was a speculative bubble, and Wall Street fueled a lot of stuff, but definitively transformative companies came out of it. And I was competing against Amazon. I actually started my first company a week before
Amazon, and their whole model was, you know what, we're going to lose money. And everybody was like, I remember Bezos was on the front of Time magazine, and they'd lost money for like 10 years in a row. And people were like, this is a bubble, this is a scam. And it's like, no, he knew that if he invested enough and built the infrastructure that he could outlast. And if he could outlast, he would end up owning the whole thing. Silicon Valley knows this, which is why Mark Zuckerberg paid $1.5 billion for one developer. Google spent $3 billion for a single developer, who they then, I guess, censored, I just saw recently, because they didn't like his views on gender. But in any event, they know that if you win, we're talking about tens of trillions of dollars. And so the good news is they're fighting with each other. And then you have China in the mix. And again, it's not China. It's not the CCP. It's Alibaba. They're companies that are putting this stuff out. And they have some backing from the Chinese government, but they're actually companies with shareholders and investors. So this is another misconception that people have. So the Chinese company strategy is, well, let's throw a wrench in the works by making all of our models open source. So every day it's like Christmas, because I can use for certain things the big tech AI where they're hemorrhaging money. So I'm actually using stuff that's at a loss for them, where it's actually cheaper for me to use their thing, paying $20 a month, than it would be for me to actually host it and use it myself from an electricity perspective. This is because this is the kind of war that we're in. And then at the same time, I can take the Chinese models that are now almost, this new model allegedly as good as ChatGPT, this Kimi K2 thinking model, which I've used. It does seem to have a little bit of censorship to it. You may be able to retrain it, but it's open source, and now it is at the level of the top models here, and you can download it, not easily on you have to have special kind of computers to use it. But I now have that. And so I can, so no matter what happens with these wars, we have a real cutting edge model. And so they're going to continue to fight themselves to the death. If we continue to take their research and what they do and make open source versions of it that are decentralized, they're going to have a real hard time when a winner of the winner takes all thing emerges. They're going to have a hard time if in the process, everybody has retained custody of their own private solution that they can use outside of their system. That's why there's hope. That's why there's optimism. That's why I'm a real big fan of what Mike has done and is continuing to do.
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of the Bright UAI, for sure. And I my computer's not very good. I'm running it on like a laptop that is running, a GPU from like 2 generations ago. It's like a 3060 or something like that. So it's definitely not the kind of powerhouse that you would want for most of the current technical stuff, but Enoch works fine. Takes a little while to produce answers sometimes, definitely uses up a lot of the resources on the computer while it's doing it, but that's a small price to pay for having this kind of uncensored, offline, LLM at my fingertips.
Well, here's the other thing you can do. You can actually use BrightU.ai through like Hugging Face or something where it's hosted. And it's still cheap to use. It's not free, but you can still use the uncensored model. So if you want it fast, so I will often do this. I will actually often use open source models, but that are hosted where I'm actually paying to use an API because it's still cheaper and faster than using my own computer, but yet it's private within. It's not like big tech has access to it. It's a private environment. In fact, I just saw today. What was the name of it? Hold on. There's a new open source multiple models. Let me. Hopefully, I can find this because I just heard about it today. Maybe I. Let me see if I liked the post. I probably liked the post. Let's see what we have here. Anyway, it's a service that you can use that has the big open source models that you can use that's in a private environment where they don't share the data. And the base level of it is free. And then you can pay to use an AI if you have a whole bunch of stuff that you want to do. If you want it to run and create a bunch of images or create a whole bunch of text or do whatever, it's a nominal amount even to pay for that. So there are better solutions now. And again, this is part of this whole race. But the other thing that's happening is there's been this perception that AI is going to be all about compute power. And the built-in assumption with that is that the AIs are not going to get more efficient in the way that they operate. And that's already not true. There have been massive innovations with that. Did you know that the Enoch AI is on the Above All phone, the de-Googled phone? It's actually now installed.
Oh, really? The guys who were at the Peak Prosperity Summit doing their
yes. So
yeah.
Above phone.
Above, yeah.
In fact, I'll put this link in there as well. I'm getting one of these. I don't have it yet, but I'm actually talking to the guy.
I was looking exactly. Maybe not the same model, but I was thinking about getting an Above phone also.
Yeah. So Hakeem, who runs that, great guy. I've met him a couple of times at events. Just recently had a chance to talk to him. This is a de-Googled phone that has, as you can see in this link that I shared. If you go to that link, you'll be able to see that it has Enoch built right into it. So this is great. Now, is it slow? Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit slow, but the thing is, a year from now, it won't be slow. I have never seen a technology evolve this quickly. This is part of why I've been talking about AI now on every episode. It's actually just because of my use of it, and I'm kind of in awe because every week there are at least 3 or 4 new models. Like tonight, I'm going to play with a new audio model that I downloaded to my computer. Let me see. I don't even remember. It's called Maya. It's a Maya. So it does voice to text. Text to voice. But you can clone voices. You can configure whatever voice that you want, and I can run it on my own computer. So I'm not even having to pay for like 11 Labs or these other services. Well, so
I'm curious how that goes.
So if you just track what's going on with audio models and video models and then text models, research models, and everything else, if you just stay on top of that, you're like, well, every day is Christmas. But that it's gotten so much better so quickly that I can't even imagine what it's going to be like by the end of the year, let alone by the end of next year. Mike talked today on the Alex Jones show while he was hosting it. He's creating something called Brighteon Books. And like what he's done, he has amassed so much information over the past few years. Like I think he said something like he's collected every scientific paper that's ever been published. He has all of the natural news information. He's scraped all of these sources. He has information that he got from China that he then had translated, put into OCR, the whole 9 yards. And so he's come up with a system that can actually generate books. But he's figured out a way to do kind of like fact checking at the level of the sentence to basically get rid of the hallucinations. So soon, like probably within the next few weeks, for free, you're going to be able to go to Brighteon Books and type in whatever the subject is that you're interested in. Is going to create a custom book for you using this system.
Interesting.
So, and by the way, I started working on something like that as well. I'm like, well, you could do articles where it's like it uses multiple agents, collects research, compiles it, then has another AI. You have like 7 different agents that do different parts of the research process, the editing process, even down to the point where the last step is take everything that you've created, you've edited to make sure that it hits a certain score standard, and then move it to Google Doc and handle all the formatting. I've seen this stuff and I've built this stuff just in the last 60 days. So now so the future is going to be, and these are the choices. The choice could be, I go to ChatGPT and I treat ChatGPT as a therapist. And there's now a lawsuit 7 people, where there have been suicides because the kid or person, I don't know if they were all kids, was interacting with the AI. And by the time, 4 months later, it was encouraging the person to commit suicide. And many people committed suicide. So this is the model where you're the TV, you're listening to what ChatGPT decided to train its AI on and how ChatGPT chose to present that information to you. That's one model. The other model is you're able to pick the information that comes into it. You're doing what Mike Adams did. You're taking all of this other information, and then you're figuring out how to add another layer to it to do kind of the fact checking part. And then you're presenting that information however you want. It could be a book. It could be an audio book. It could be an avatar. Increasingly, it will start to become movies. So you're going to have your own personal assistant, tutor, doctor, health coach, or whatever. And the thing is, the relationship with it is, if you're active, you're an active participant in your own life, kind of like you choose which books you put in your library, which books you read, which books you want to reference. Well, now imagine you're not just doing that with one book at a time. You're doing it with libraries of information at a time. And so that's really powerful. But this goes back to the earlier part of our conversation. This requires people to recognize that they have personal agency, and then to actually act on that. That is still the whole shooting match. But this is why it's exciting. This is why, to me, again, I'm more optimistic now and in the last 90 days than I have been certainly the whole time I've started talking about CBDCs and these political prisoners and all this other stuff. So there really is hope. And I'm hoping, and Mike and I might start doing more podcasts or shows just as a show and tell. Because I talk to him every day. It's like, oh, hey, I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. And we found out we're both figuring out, hey, yeah, this is the next evolution of this. And I feel like if people knew that they could do this and that this technology exists, they wouldn't be so, either our AI overlords are going to, enslave us, or this other narrative, which is equally the two other narratives that are dangerous, which is it's a bubble, it's not real, the technology doesn't work, and we have nothing to worry about. That's false. And then the other is that it's demonic. There's a big spiritual aspect to this, and I actually want to do some research on figuring out the origin of AI being demonic, because there are a lot of people that think that.
So we're getting off into philosophy in some ways. I've been thinking about a model of evolution and thought and origins of humanity and blah, blah, blah for like 12 years, 13 years or something. And, I don't talk about it a lot. It's something I've never even written about, but it touches on, in weird ways, touches on religion and things like, well, what exactly is demonic? But there is a way to view it, at least to my mind, from this sort of model that I'm talking about, where on a technical level, yeah, AI could easily be considered demonic or satanic or devilish, but that's because the interpretation of what that even means is very different from this perspective, right? But it's like technology itself is under the umbrella of, that sort of dark side, devil, demon, whatever, only because it's a product of the part of our mind that is narrow and lends itself to the kinds of things that most of the scriptures will write out and point to as being, sinful and satanic or whatever, right? Are you familiar with someone named Ian McGilchrist?
Yes.
So he has written some amazing books. I'm still reading them. He wrote 2, but it's printed in 3 volumes, and it's like 2,000 pages. And so I'm like getting close to the end of the first volume in his second book. But his whole model, it's about the differences in our brain hemispheres, and the way that the brain hemispheres and the right hemisphere versus the left hemisphere, the way they operate on like on a how level rather than a what level, right? So he says a lot of the conventional information that has been received, the received knowledge about what the different hemispheres do, is basically just super wrong. And then the newer research on it just hasn't gotten any traction or really any analysis. So it's not like the left hemisphere is purely logical and the right hemisphere is emotional, and the left hemisphere is reliable and the right hemisphere is so. Oh, we've got someone in chat talking about it. Interesting. But the point is, the function of the two hemispheres is sort of a focal function, according to the stuff McGilchrist talks about, where the left hemisphere is highly narrow in its focus and the right hemisphere tends to be highly broad. And a lot of technology and materialism basically relies on that narrowing of focus and the ignoring things in order to focus on certain things. And the AI itself is modeled, they say neural network, but it's a really loose model of our brain, right? It's very looking at some fundamental things about how brains and neurons and synapses work and scaling it up effectively. And so a lot of what you get out of that is very left hemisphere focused, left hemisphere method in terms of how it works. So I could see in the McGilchrist breakdown, the divine versus the devilish, the God versus demon kind of breakdown could correlate with right versus left hemisphere operation. So it also, the whole, AI is demonic fits in that framework a little too. I will say, Courtney Turner podcast, that the entire delivery of what you just said makes me disregard what you just said almost, the entire tone of what you're saying, right? It's exactly what I would expect from Snopes when they're telling us that ivermectin doesn't, work on, COVID because such and such institution has done it. And, you wouldn't take horse paste. That's unfortunately the way your phrasing hits me.
Well, so I think that certainly it makes sense that if you look at who is developing the AI, these tend to be people that are more left brain oriented, right? I mean, Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, even Elon Musk. But I also think that the models themselves are changing. I don't think where we're going to end up with AI is necessarily the way that we have been doing it. I think we're already starting to see breakthroughs, but it does bring up a point, which is, do we even know how the brain works? And then to model it based on our understanding of how the brain works, there's a possibility that might not be accurate, right?
I would say that we don't understand how our brains work. Any claims that we can reduce our brains to linear algebra, matrix multiplication kind of stuff, as is what's going on in much of at least fundamental neural networks. I know they've been tweaking it, adding some new features in order to get the LLMs as they currently exist. But fundamentally, that's what a neural network is a computer doing matrix multiplication and with giant matrices of weights and biases. That's just, it's within the history of knowledge of humans. There are so many moments that in retrospect are just embarrassingly full of hubris. I can go all the way back to early 20th century physicists, and that in the early 20th century, physicists are talking about, and they're patting themselves on the back, like dislocating their shoulder to pat themselves on the back about how we've basically solved physics, right? We got E&M, we got mechanics. There's only a few little mysteries left to resolve, a couple little variables that we need to nail down, and bada bing, bada boom, we know all there is to know about physics. And then, within a decade, they get steamrolled by quantum mechanics and special relativity and general relativity, right?
Yep.
It's like, so there's one example, or pre and post like 1550, where we start to use telescopes to look up into the sky and go, oh, hey, look at that. Turns out these aren't these perfect celestial objects as described by Aristotle. And maybe we have to reconsider all that. And oh, look, maybe we've got to deal with the Galilean consideration and the whole idea of how nature exists with, Earth-centric viewpoints. And And then, of course, you turn the telescope down and look at pond water and go, there are things that are alive in there, microorganisms that were not on anybody's bingo card prior to us seeing them and going, wait a second, that changes everything, right? There are big moments in the history of the building of human knowledge where we get to a point and our ego kind of takes over and says, we understand everything. We've got this nailed. Now it's just a matter of like running the ball into the end zone and we're good to go. And something seems to inevitably show up that just makes that opinion like an embarrassment. And my instinct is that our understanding of our brains is definitely in that same kind of a zone. And Courtney, that's true. But also, if you actually read McGilchrist's work, you'll realize that he doesn't advocate for isolated compartments at all, and in fact explains on a regular basis that both hemispheres are involved in basically everything we do. That he is in fact pushing against the isolated compartments point of view, because that is something that is old neuroscience.
Well, this is fascinating. So I'm gonna dig into this, and like I said, I'm gonna do a big deep dive into the whole, because the demonic thing that's a pretty popular view, and again, I think not all AIs are the same, and I think we're already starting to see divergence in different approaches to AI. But again, I mean, the point is, yeah, if we're trying to simulate what we think we know about the brain, but we actually don't know about the brain, then what does that mean that we end up with? But is that necessarily demonic? I don't know. I know it's a reason a lot of people won't even use AI.
Yeah. Actually, on the topic of AI, I've been curious. I'm asking people what models they like to use to do coding development. There's like a couple coding projects that have been buzzing around my mind that I might want to take a stab at. And I think using, a model will bootstrap that in a good way.
So the model, so what I use, and which I think is the best, but what I would say is, and this is kind of the argument I made earlier, I change these models all the time. You have to be, it's helpful to be curious and open-minded and willing to switch. That's how rapidly this is. But I use Claude Code, and I use Claude Code within Cursor. And it's kind of a dual agent model that does, one does the planning and the other does the execution, but it's really effective. And what I found, because I'm developing 6 sites simultaneously, so I'll learn things and then take that learning and then spread it across the other sites. And you get to the point where once you have your thing set up, it's got this thing called skills, where you're not having to remember and teach it how everything works. You can actually call and break things into chunks where you're reusing, specific processes and everything. It's great. I can't say enough good things about it, except it's a little pricey. And then the other is that I have had censorship with it. And I give the specific example is I was using a scraper to try to get all of the legal information for the package inserts for Big Pharma, which is public information. And it refused to build the scraper. Now, it's built other scrapers for me for other applications, but it does have, and something came out the other day. It has a bias, not only in terms of the data that it's been trained on, but they have their own constitution that governs the output. And so that was kind of jarring to me to get censorship in writing code. But that's the one edge case. I still use it primarily. And then my answer to that was I just used Codex, ChatGPT Codex within Cursor to build the scraper. And then once I built the scraper, Claude Code was willing to refine it. So, whatever, there was a workaround. But that is to me, the fastest, easiest thing to use and the most powerful. Right now, I'm going to experiment. There's an open source model called...
Was Claude and Cursor? Is that what you said?
Claude within Cursor. Cursor is kind of the development environment where you can plug in a whole bunch of different LLMs. In fact, they've created their own LLM called Composer, which is even 4 times faster than Claude Code. And I have played around with it a little bit, and I should play around with it a little bit more. That might actually become the new standard. It's called Composer within Claude. I mean, within Cursor. But you download it's called an extension, Claude Code, within the IDE, within Cursor. And so it's essentially running this dual agent system within Cursor. Now, you don't have to do that. You can actually just use Claude Code directly. And in fact, there's a web-based version of Claude Code that you can use, that you can actually connect to GitHub. So you don't have to do it the way that I'm doing it. And I'm doing it this way just
I was asking more because, like you say, if I'm looking at it as I would pay for one of these models, and I'm not inflexible with in terms of experimenting and jumping about, but I am limited in means, so I can't afford to necessarily pay for 2 or 3 at the same time to experiment between them simultaneously. So I was just looking, what is working for other people. There's a guy on Twitter that I follow named Alexandros Marinos, and he's big on talking about LLMs and deving with them. And so I've asked him what his preferences are as well.
Well, so I like the other thing about Cursor is you can use multiple models. So you have limits to what you can use, but the limits are per model. So I can go, if I wanted to, I can switch from ChatGPT. And when you see it, they're a long list of models. You can use ChatGPT high, fast, ChatGPT medium. So anyway, you can switch between these models, and so that gives you a lot of tokens that you can use if you're switching amongst the different models. I'm focused on time. So in the interest of time, if you're trying to get something out with consistency, I would use Claude Code. But depending upon what the financial constraints are, I would still recommend Cursor. Now, there's Cursor, and then you could also use something called Coder, Qoder. It's another IDE. It's another environment for coding. And I actually had a lot of luck with that when it came out. They did this beta, and they use built-in. They didn't disclose what it was. It was a multi-agent model, but they didn't tell you which model they used. But it turns out they're using these open source Chinese models. There's something that's GL something 6, which is supposed to be powerful and on par. So that's another approach as well. And I think it's more cost effective. So the reason I stopped using it is that the trial had a limited number of tokens. And then when that ran out, you couldn't even give them more money to use the better model. And so I switched back to Cursor. But that's changed. So they now have a paid version. So I would check both of those.
Yeah, I'll have to experiment. It's more just you're also, Claude seems to be the one where when I ask, that's the one that gets mentioned the most. So I'll probably start with either using Claude in Cursor or directly go to Claude or something, just to at least see what happens as a starting point, at least.
It is the standard right now. And you can go to Open Router, by the way, is a site. Let me see if it's openrouter.ai or
Open Router AI.
So this is great because it has the rankings. So you can go to the rankings and you can see all the benchmarks for all the different things that you're trying to do. Are you trying to use it for coding? Are you looking for an audio model? Are you looking for a video model? So this is good. The other thing is, though, you can also use Open Router and call these models via API. So if you don't want to host them or can't host them on your own computer, that seems to be pretty effective as well. So there's Open Router, there's Hugging Face, where you can do the same, and there's one other. I can't even keep track of all the stuff that if you had to ask me all the stuff that I'm using right now, I don't even think I could tell you. But I've played around with a whole bunch of it, and recently, in the last week, I've really been exploring these Chinese models, and I actually think that the CEO of NVIDIA came out last week and and said that, you know, he thinks China is going to win the AI race, which I think is actually true. But just within the span of last week, several of these open source models, they used to be like 90 days behind or whatever it was, and now they're almost completely at parity with the closed sourced US models. So I can't even imagine, like I said, what things are going to be like by the end of the year.
Right. Yeah, I got to start getting my hands dirty instead of just thinking about getting my hands dirty.
You know what I say? Just start playing around. Yeah. There's no substitute for. I was back when I started this. I didn't realize I'd be doing what I hadn't coded for like really 20 years or so. And so I'm like, you know, I'll play around with this, but my expectations were not high. And then when I saw what I was able to do in a short period of time, I'm like, wow, I'm in awe every day. And I think, you know, Mike and I chatting back and forth, it's been kind of the same thing. It's like, wow, okay, this does change things. This is about, if you can figure out what your intent is, and you know English, you probably don't even need to know English, but you can actually now use Cursor with a mic. You can actually just you speak into it. Literally, that's where this has gotten.
So yeah, that's actually the Twitter guy I just mentioned, Alexandros Marinos. That's basically what he said several months ago. He's like, nobody who isn't using these things understands just how big a change has rolled out right under our noses, with like all these development kit tools and like everything you can do using models. He's big on 3D printing too, and so he's done a couple threads about how he gets a new idea for a print, and by leveraging all the different AIs, he's able to like go from concept in brain to actually printing on his printer within like an hour or two.
Yep. Yeah, no, it truly is that way. So this is why I'm encouraging people. I hope we can get a mindset shift. If we can move out of fear and survival, to like saying, you know what, we're going to create our way out of this, and I'm going to take, you know, my free will back, and let's see what happens. And just, you know what, our institutions have crushed our curiosity, and what these tools allow you to do is to bring back your curiosity if you allow it. And it's to me, it's a phenomenal thing. So I hope you just give it a try. I think you'll be surprised.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a little while since I've coded. I've never really done any kind of serious development. Most of my coding experience comes from academic work, right? Doing stuff for my, you know, research during my graduate degree, which never quite got finished. Never got to like writing the dissertation because I refused to take a COVID shot and walked away from school, you know, which is annoying, but ultimately for the best, because I watch academia, and I watch the people in academia, and it's like the doctors thing, you know, well-meaning people going in, and on the one hand with doctors, it's like they're getting led down this path with all kinds of blind spots and a particular vision of what's going on, and they won't even see it until they're out the other end of that path. And by then it's kind of too late for them to really, most of them at least, to like reckon with the fact that they've been deceived the whole way. And in science, in STEM, it was a lot of like the kinds of minor compromises that all these people are making to submit a grant and to get grant money, and it's an assault on the soul. It's an assault on your soul, and it's the death by 1,000 cuts. It's like, yeah, maybe they're well-intentioned, and maybe they try to remain at the highest integrity at every step of the way. But after 15, 20 years doing this, it's like they've compromised a little bit so many times that, you know, they could have walked all the way around the planet in little 1-inch steps by that point, and like not even recognize where they are.
Yep. Salami tactics. It's very effective. Publish a grant or perish, I guess, is what it's. I remember when I was in college, I was at Duke. I was in some kind of interdisciplinary program, and actually we had to take a grant writing course, and it was just yeah, it was disgusting taking the course. So it's a shame. But again, I don't know, maybe something can change. Again, we do have free will. And I think at some point, if people examine their life, this is why I say that when you examine America, people like America's number one, it's just like, it's objectively not. And in fact, the gap between what you think it is and what it is enormous. And so, so once you realize that, it's like, okay, for most people, do you actually like your job? Why are you doing the job that you like? The thing that you are afraid you're going to lose is something that you find out most people don't even like, and they're actually doing it out of fear and desperation. And if you can get them to realize that, then it's like, oh, well, if I walk away from this, it's certainly not going to be the end of the world. This is miserable anyway. So I think I'm optimistic. It's daunting and certainly, it's a fight, but I'm optimistic that we don't have to be, thrown into this digital prison and have our free will taken away from us.
Yeah. All right, man. I think I am going to have to take off at this hour. It's been a great conversation, dude.
Yeah. Thank you for coming on. I really appreciate it. Great talk. And yeah, let me know if you have any questions on AI or any of this stuff. Just shoot.
Yeah. Hopefully next time I'm able to pop in, I will have played around with it. Well, so okay, one of the things I wanted to do, what that has been popping around my head is, it was related to basically artwork on blockchain, where the idea of NFTs came up and basically were almost completely and immediately turned into a scam and just like Ponzi scheme shit. Yep. But fundamentally that concept and what a lot of artists were excited about with the idea of NFTs, that seemed like it had some substance to it, especially the idea that it allows artists to capture a little bit of the revenue stream from the increasing valuation of their art as it trades through hands, because usually they sell it to one person, and it's when that person sells it to the next person that the value of the art actually goes up substantially, and the artist doesn't get any piece of that.
Yep.
But it's also like nobody actually wants a little digital token art. Like people want shit they can hang on their wall and they can put on their mantle, right? They want the physical artwork. So yeah, one of the projects I've been thinking about is a way to do a platform that combines NFTs as like a tracking of provenance on the artwork, and that use this platform to tie it to the physical art, such that when the physical art gets sold, the NFT gets transferred in such a way that the buyer has that piece of digital provenance as well as the artwork, the physical piece, because that's what people will actually value. And thinking about a way to make sure that you can sort of trustlessly allow this to play out, so there's nobody like bag holding, and you can use like the blockchain itself as like an escrow kind of a deal. So it's an idea that came to me that was like, oh, I could maybe play with that.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting one. And actually, I mean, again, NFTs they're non-fungible tokens, but they're great for certificates of authenticity. There's a whole long list of categories where, meme coins and the way that the digital art, you're right, it immediately did turn into a scam, but the actual applications of it are immense because it's just a non-fungible token. And so, I think that's an interesting idea. It's also something you might be able to do with Zano, by the way, not to plug Zano, but the funny thing is I'm going to do an NFT collection for this Technocracy Atlas thing. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet. Just to start to give away, I don't even know how many, 20 or 100 or whatever NFTs, but the NFTs will be like, Peter Thiel and Klaus Schwab or whatever. But you can use the NFTs. In fact, I might do this across all of the sites where one other area for the NFTs is, let's say we have Freedom Forge or whatever. Maybe we have online courses. Did you complete, setting up a wallet, or did you take, I might start doing online courses next year related to tying in all of the stuff that we're doing. And you can get an NFT as a certificate of completion or accomplishment if there's something tied to it. And then you can actually use that in conjunction with the wallet as your way to getting access to new content or getting access to events or to be used for getting discounts on things in the future. So there's something called obscura.art, which was created on Zano. It's not, you can mint NFTs now, and it uses something called IPFS as a way to, and so you can mint NFTs, but they're going to add a lot more functionality, probably by January. So just something to keep in mind.
I keep meaning to really get involved on Zano. Like, I have some, but it's on a stupid centralized exchange. And I just have been lazy about setting up an actual like Zano wallet. Like, I would want to just have it a Zano desktop wallet on like my Linux laptop or something.
Yeah, I mean, you can stake, which is another value.
Yeah, that is incentive. The sooner you start with that, the more value it accrues, right? So, yeah, I just need to stop being a potato about it and actually go do the damn thing. I
recommend it.
All right.
Awesome.
Now I actually am going to go. Thank you for all the stuff, Aaron. Great stream. And I'll pop in on another one of these soon.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Good talking to you.
Peace.
All right. Have a good night, everyone. I think this has been about 4 hours, and I did the other interview today, so I think I'm about done. But I encourage you to download an AI, and there'll be a lot more coming up, because again, we have more sites. We've got the medical tourism marketplace. I'm going to be doing more with Mike. So, again, I can't encourage you enough to start and to just test something and be curious about it. Don't be afraid of it. Just test it and see what happens. Because we shouldn't be afraid of these technocrats. Fear is not going to stop technocracy, but building and reclaiming our free will can, and we have the tools to do that. So with that, thank you all, and we will be back. I'll be back Thursday at 6 p.m. So look forward to seeing you then.
Bet I care. Bet I lie now. Truth is on the line. The price you're paying in secret to fill your precious time. A hip in Ohio costs the house and half your years. But Bangkok heals you kindly and dries your family's tears. They say best in the world while they hide the book of fees. Pay more to get less, but you can choose to leave, and choose to leave. Fly for freedom, heal for less. Don't die in debt, choose tenderness. Walk out the door, don't sign that lie. Better care, better life now. Yeah, 2 million souls are moving. Passport is in the dawn. From all our city dentists to Thai and Indian war. Same steel in the hip, same stamp, same factory line. Oh, but one price saves your future, the other steals your spine. If truth is in the outcomes, then let the numbers sing. Lower fevers, cleaner hands, and peace that else should bring. Peace that else should bring. Fight for freedom, heal for less. Don't die in death, choose tenderness. Walk out the door, don't sign that lie. Better care, better life now. an ocean in. Yeah, unnourished by a candle sunrise, an honest loving care. Emancipate your body from monopoly of pain. No go cartel owns your heartbeat. No ledger owns your